Chapter 3:15. Tiny Thing instantly fell to the ground due to the terrifying aura released by old Zhao. The mudstone jar in his hand also shattered on the ground. "How dare you give us the wild fruit that you pissed on? You must be tired of living!" Old Zhao shouted at Tiny Thing, but he had already isolated the area so his voice could not be heard. Whoosh! Following that, old Zhao slapped Tiny Thing with a red flame burning in his palm. He was planning to turn Tiny Thing into ashes, leaving nothing behind. However, just as Elder Zhao's palm reached its highest point and was about to land on Xiao Budian, a black shadow silently appeared behind Xiao Budian and pressed out with his palm, directly hitting Elder Zhao's chest. Pfft! At that moment, old Zhao felt as if he was struck by lightning. His entire body arched and flew backward. Fresh blood spurted all the way through the air, as if he did not care about his life. Finally, he crashed into Lin Xie, who was in the house. Lin Xie, who was caught off guard, was also knocked out. The person who attacked at that critical moment was, of course, Zhou Jie. At that moment, he stood coldly behind Tiny Thing with his hands behind his back, staring at Lin Xie and old Zhao who were in the house. Xiao Budian was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. He thought that he was dead for sure, but in the blink of an eye, Elder Zhao, who had attacked him, was sent flying. This caused Xiao Budian to be extremely shocked. He immediately raised his head and looked back. Seeing Zhou Jie standing behind him, he could not help but be stunned. Zhou Jie and the rest had stayed in Stone Village for a few days. Tiny Thing could still recognize him. Previously, the group of children including Tiny Thing got along well with Kakashi. In addition to the ample food in the village, they did not think that Zhou Jie and the rest were freeloading in Stone Village. They even ignored them. At that moment, Zhou Jie's appearance in such a situation deeply shocked Tiny Thing. He could not help but think that this big brother was so powerful. He actually sent that terrifying old man flying in the blink of an eye. Therefore, little Munchkin worshipped Zhou Jie at this moment. At that moment, he even vaguely swore in his heart that he would become a powerful person like Zhou Jie. Lin Xie was stunned when old Zhao fell on him all of a sudden. When he got up, he saw that old Zhao's face was pale and his mouth was full of blood. He looked like he was out of breath as he laid against the wall. Chills ran down his spine as he turned his head to look at Zhou Jie, who was outside the door in fear. Lin Xie and Zhou Jie looked into each other's eyes and their souls trembled all of a sudden. It was as if he had seen a devil god the moment he saw Zhou Jie. His aura was extremely terrifying and his aura was unparalleled. However, in reality, Zhou Jie did not release much of his aura. The reason why Lin Xie felt that Zhou Jie's aura was terrifying was purely because Zhou Jie had interfered with his soul. Sir. Lin Xie could not get rid of his fear of Zhou Jie at that moment, so he was stuttering when he spoke. However, Zhou Jie ignored Lin Xie and looked at old Zhao who was next to him. At that moment, old Zhao forcefully supported his body and half knelt on the ground. His face was as pale as a sheet and he looked terrified as well. He endured his injuries and crawled to Lin Xie. He said to Zhou Jie, Sir, this must be a misunderstanding. This child dared to pee in the wild fruits that he gave us and offended His Highness. That's why I attacked him in anger and punished him slightly. Please understand, sir." Zhou Jie was waiting for old Zhao to explain himself. However, he scoffed after hearing what old Zhao said and said, "Slightly punished? Even an adult from the village would have died for what you did to this child. How dare you ask me to punish him slightly?" Hearing Zhou Jie's question, Elder Zhao was about to break out in cold sweat. He was extremely terrified, and with a quick thought, he could only bring Yu Kaiji out, Senior. This was actually an impulse of mine. At that time, I wanted to stop. Moreover, you can't blame this old man. This old man was sent by His Majesty the Mountain Emperor to protect His Highness. This child actually dared to be so rude to His Highness, so this old man was a bit impulsive. Rude? When Zhou Jie heard this, he couldn't help but find it funny. He immediately said, I see that you have lived for hundreds of years. Not only can you not forgive such a young child for doing such a thing, but you also completely push the responsibility to such a child. You are really capable. Besides, how can a child do such a rude thing to you for no reason? Why don't you think about what you've done before? Zhou Jie's question almost scared old Zhao out of his wits. He did not have any other thoughts and could only say, Yes, yes, yes. You're right, sir. I won't dare to do it again. I hope that you'll let this matter go for the sake of the Mountain King. Elder Zhao originally thought that by bringing out the Mountain Emperor so directly this time, the other party would definitely use this opportunity to let them off. However, who would have thought that Zhou Jie didn't even know who the Mountain Emperor was, nor did he put him in his eyes? For the sake of the Mountain King? I'm sorry, I don't buy that. Zhou Jie looked at Lin Xie as he spoke and continued, As the master, you didn't stop him when he did it. You should be punished as well. Break one of your legs as a warning. As soon as Zhou Jie was done speaking, Lin Xie and old Zhao did not have time to say anything before they both screamed in agony and had one of their legs broken. With Lin Xie and old Zhao's abilities, breaking one of their legs was not considered an injury that was difficult to heal. They would recover in a few days, so it was indeed a light punishment. Lin Xie and old Zhao were terrified when they realized that they had no idea how Zhou Jie did it and their legs were broken. They dared not say anything at that moment and could only thank Zhou Jie for his magnanimity. Subsequently, Zhou Jie ignored Lin Xie and old Zhao. Instead, he said to the little one next to him, If you're not capable, you'll have to learn to endure everything. I hope you'll remember this when you grow up. The little one was stunned when he heard that. He then nodded in all seriousness, I'll remember it. My name is Shi Tian. What's your name, big brother? You're so powerful. Can I be your disciple? In response, Zhou Jie shook his head and said, I'll be leaving in a few days. I'll give you a gift then. Not knowing why, Zhou Jie felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he looked at the boy named Shi Tian. Therefore, he had the idea of giving him a gift. Subsequently, Zhou Jie asked the little one not to tell the village chief and the rest about this for the time being. He then let the little one leave. After Zhou Jie left, Lin Xie and old Zhao immediately flew out of Stone Village in a hurry. They planned to return and tell Yu Kaiji about this. Zhou Jie sensed that Lin Xie and old Zhao had left. He knew that there might be some trouble coming later. He needed to stay for a few days to solve the problem so that it would not affect Stone Village. In a mountain range near the cave where the gourd was, Yu Kaiji was chatting with his people on the ground. I wonder when the treasure will be born. With so many monsters, I'm afraid that it's impossible to snatch it from them. It's useless to come early. It seems like we'll have to fight with these monsters and the few old fellas when the time comes. Yu Kaiji drank a little wine and said in a seemingly lazy manner. At that moment, the scout far away flew into the discussion circle, where Yu Kaiji and the rest were. He said in a hurry, Master Monarch, His Highness and Master Zhao are back. When Yu Kaiji heard the report, he sensed Lin Xie and old Zhao's aura. He was puzzled. Within a few seconds, Lin Xie and old Zhao appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked when they saw how they looked. What's wrong with you guys? Yu Kaiji stood up and asked immediately. He looked furious. Lin Xie and old Zhao then told Yu Kaiji about what happened in Stone Village. After Yu Kaiji finished listening, he immediately frowned. He thought to himself, to be able to defeat Elder Zhao so easily and break their legs, this person's strength is probably not below mine. Such an existence actually appeared in an ordinary mountain village. This is really abnormal. Naturally, Yu Kaiji suspected that Stone Village was an important foothold of the mountain god sect. However, according to Lin Xie and the other man, apart from one house that they could not check, the rest of the houses in the village could be checked. Moreover, they found out that the rest of the villagers were ordinary villagers. None of them had a cultivation base of Mountain Breaker, Star Lord. Interesting. I'll check it out myself. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Yukaiji decided to check it out himself in the end. He then left after giving his orders. In Stone Village, Zhou Jie was meditating in the house while Kakashi and Ling Shuer were chatting softly. Zhou Jie had told Kakashi and Ling Shuer about saving the tiny tot earlier. Moreover, the tiny tot had given them a jar of wild fruits not long ago. Of course, it was not the one that had been peed on. Suddenly, Zhou Jie opened his eyes. He thought to himself, that was fast. He then said, I'm going out for a while. Then, he disappeared from the house in a flash. At the top of the cliff behind Stone Village, Yukaiji had only appeared for a few seconds. He did not even have the time to sense Stone Village properly before Zhou Jie appeared behind him silently. When Zhou Jie stood behind Yukaiji for about a second, Yukaiji's body suddenly stiffened. Then, he suddenly turned around and saw Zhou Jie looking at him indifferently. Junior Mountain Country's King Yukaiji greets Senior. When Yukaiji discovered that Zhou Jie could silently appear behind him, he knew that Zhou Jie's strength was far above his. He immediately introduced himself, as if he knew who Zhou Jie was and specially came to pay him a visit. Do you have something to say? Zhou Jie asked, as if he already knew the answer. Yukaiji immediately replied respectfully, It's like this, Senior. My adopted son and servant just came to your village and offended you. After I found out, I specially came to apologize to you. It's my fault for not teaching my son well, and I am unable to teach him well. When Zhou Jie heard Yukaiji say this, he did not have the slightest reaction, because this was almost the same as what he had guessed Yukaiji was going to say. And Zhou Jie did not want to say anything more about this matter. Chapter 3:16. Therefore, Zhou Jie directly ignored the Lin Xie duo and asked Yukaiji, Why are you here? Yukaiji was still waiting for Zhou Jie to say something like forgiveness, but he never expected Zhou Jie to directly ask such a question. He was stunned. Seeing this, Zhou Jie added, Don't try to lie to me. Tell me the truth. I dare not. Yukaiji immediately said. After another second of hesitation, he roughly revealed his purpose of coming. To be honest, I heard that many violent ferocious beasts have appeared in the 100,000 Mountains area, and many of them are abnormally powerful. They are also gathered in one area. This is very unusual. I suspect that some treasure has appeared, so I brought people here to try my luck. That's all. Yukaiji's explanation was indeed not deceiving at all. Zhou Jie also knew that it was true when he heard it. With Zhou Jie's strength, if Yukaiji was lying, he would also discover the unusual fluctuation of the soul. In addition, what Yukaiji said was consistent with Zhou Jie's guess. Naturally, it would not be false. However, after listening to Yukaiji's explanation, Zhou Jie said lightly, You can go back. Zhou Jie's words naturally stunned Yukaiji. He was immediately surprised. Zhou Jie did not want to explain everything, so he only said, I've gone there to take a look. There's no treasure. It's just a plant life that's about to die. I'll bury it when the time comes. Hearing this, Yukaiji was a little shocked for a moment. However, since Zhou Jie said that he was going to get involved, then Yukaiji knew that he could not get involved. He immediately reacted and said, Thank you for your reminder, Senior. I'll leave with my people now. But what? Zhou Jie could not help but ask when he heard Yukaiji's twist. Yukaiji then told the truth, It's like this. Other than me, there are probably a few forces that know about this matter. They will most likely get involved with it and have similar thoughts as me. Of course, I can't control them. I'm just informing you. Okay, I got it. Zhou Jie responded and then disappeared on the spot. Seeing Zhou Jie suddenly disappear mysteriously, Yu Kaiji was really frightened this time. He thought to himself, with such a mysterious method of appearing and disappearing, even the legendary, shattering void tier elites were nothing more than this, right? Thus, Yu Kaiji did not dare to disobey Zhou Jie's words. He immediately left quickly, planning to call Lin Xie and the others to evacuate with him. However, he was still reluctant to let Yu Kaiji return to mountain country. Thus, he only planned to evacuate a little further, but still have the chance to watch those ferocious beasts in action. This way, at least his trip would not be in vain. After that, Zhou Jie and the others stayed in Stone Village for 7 days, and then chose to leave. Before leaving, Zhou Jie gave the treasure that Leng Shuer gave to village chief Ishida, and privately gave Xiao Budian a non-one-time use formation plate. The formation engraved on it was relatively simple. Zhou Jie told Xiao Budian how to activate it, but at that time, Xiao Budian still could not activate it well. Of course, Zhou Jie was not worried that Xiao Budian would never be able to use the formation plate he gave him, because he saw Xiao Budian's talent for cultivation. Giving him the formation plate was to encourage him to cultivate quickly, so that he could activate the formation plate he gave him sooner. After Zhou Jie and the others left Stone Village, they naturally went straight, and once again returned to the cave where the gourd was. After Zhou Jie and the others entered the cave, the old and weak voice of the gourd sounded, "You guys are back, it's about time for me to leave." To this, Zhou Jie replied indifferently, "Since I promised to guard your coffin for a day, I will naturally come." Hearing this, the gourd was silent for a while, and suddenly transmitted to Zhou Jie, "Thank you, I can see that this is your sincere intention." Hearing the gourd's words, Zhou Jie could not help but frown and said, "What does this have to do with my sincerity? It's not like I'm forced to guard your coffin." Hee. Hearing Zhou Jie's words, the gourd suddenly let out an old laugh. You're right, but this does have something to do with it. It's just that it's not you, it's me." "What do you mean?" Zhou Jie was suddenly confused, and could not help but ask. Therefore, the gourd explained, "Actually, there's one thing that I didn't tell you clearly. I said that after I die, the energy of my corpse will dissipate in a day. This is actually something that I did on my own initiative, so that those beasts or other people will not be able to take the seed that I left behind after I die." "Seed?" Zhou Jie suddenly realized something and asked subconsciously. The gourd continued, "Actually, after I die, I can turn the energy of my body into a seed. It's like my embryo, and as long as the conditions are right, it will grow into my next generation. However, I've made too many enemies, and many of them know that I'm about to die. In order to avoid implicating the forces that I'm guarding, I chose to come here. I know that if I do that, I won't be able to protect the seed that I condense after I die, so I can only choose to dissipate my body and not leave the seed behind. Otherwise, my seed will most likely be eaten by them like the inner core of a dire beast to increase their cultivation. Of course, I won't do something like helping my enemies." At this point, Zhou Jie completely understood what the gourd was trying to say. However, when he thought of what the gourd said at the beginning, he could not help but ask, "So what you're trying to say is that you want me to help you preserve the seed and give birth to the next generation? Do you trust me?" Hearing Zhou Jie's question, the gourd smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you trust me or not, but seeing that you're willing to guard my coffin for me, I've decided to give you the seed that I leave behind after I die. Even though I don't have to say that, as long as I leave the seed behind, it will naturally be yours. With your strength, those dire beasts outside won't be able to take it from you. After you obtain my seed, you won't need to nurture it because nurturing it is very difficult. If I don't tell you, you won't be able to do it. Moreover, I don't have any concept of having children, and after the seed grows up, it won't be mine. As such, you can use my seed for your own cultivation." I see that you're not far from the Emperor Heaven Realm. Perhaps my seed will be able to help you break through, the gourd said. Hearing this, even though Zhou Jie did not know what the Emperor Heaven Realm was, he knew that it was equivalent to the Emperor Realm. Since the gourd had said such a thing, it meant that its seed was indeed a precious treasure. Moreover, Zhou Jie had the Cosmos God Stone to help him cultivate. As such, obtaining the gourd seed would be of great help to him in shortening his cultivation time, and it would even allow him to break through to the Imperial Emperor realm in a short period of time. Facing such a temptation, Zhou Jie could not help but be tempted. However, this was given to him by the gourd with its death, and before the gourd died, Zhou Jie could not show any joy. As such, he did not show any joy, and after a moment of silence he said, "This is your own decision, but since you're willing to give the seed to me, I still have to thank you. If you have any last wishes, you can tell me, and I'll do my best to help you complete them." In reality, when the gourd left the seed to Zhou Jie, it had also asked Zhou Jie to help it protect the faction that it had guarded for 10,000 years after its death. However, thinking that this was impossible, the main reason was that the faction had already begun to disperse, and Zhou Jie could not protect it completely. As such, the gourd gave up on this idea. As such, when Zhou Jie asked it to state its last wishes, the gourd fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "No need, I'll leave everything to the heavens." "All right then. I'll guard the entrance for you." Zhou Jie did not say anything more and intended to end the conversation. Just like that, Zhou Jie and the other two chatted near the entrance of the cave. At the same time, Zhou Jie paid attention to the movements of the ferocious beasts in all directions. He also sensed the forces of the Li Kingdom, the Bhutan Kingdom, and the Mountain God sect. He originally wanted to come out and ask the human forces to leave, but on second thought it was not necessary. When the time came, he only needed to intimidate everyone and the ferocious beasts, and they would naturally retreat. However, when Zhou Jie and the other two guarded near the entrance of the cave until the afternoon of the second day, a terrifying movement shocked Kakashi and Leng Shui. Zhou Jie's expression also changed. Dong, dong, dong. It was as if the earth was being beaten like a drum, causing the entire ground to faintly tremble. The oppressive and terrifying sound seemed to converge from all directions at the entrance of the cave, continuously beating on the eardrums of Zhou Jie and the other two. The tremors became more and more intense. At this time, Zhou Jie had already sensed the source of the tremors. It was caused by a terrifying creature. This creature was a rock giant. It was terrifyingly huge, bigger than any creature Zhou Jie had ever seen. Its height was more than 20,000 meters. It must be known that the largest lifeform Zhou Jie had ever seen was Safuli, which was only 10,000 meters tall. Compared to the rock giant that Zhou Jie had sensed at this moment, it was like a small child in the presence of a great magician. One of the rock giant's legs was comparable to that of Safuli. For such a terrifying giant, all the mountains in the 100,000 mountains were not even as tall as its waist. When it walked from 10,000 meters away, it caused the ground to tremble around Zhou Jie. It only took 3 or 4 steps to get within 1 kilometer of Zhou Jie and the other two, scaring the wild beasts that had been entrenched in the surroundings for many days into fleeing, not caring about anything else. However, this was not the end. Zhou Jie soon discovered that after the rock giant stopped, the ground continued to tremble. From the other side of the rock giant, there was another terrifying creature walking forward. It was a huge ape over 10,000 meters tall, with fangs that were several hundred meters long. Although it was nothing compared to the 20,000 meters tall rock giant, Zhou Jie discovered that its aura was not the slightest bit inferior to the rock giant. Just as Zhou Jie was wondering what was going on, the sky outside the cave entrance suddenly darkened. Zhou Jie hurriedly sensed towards the sky and was immediately amazed. 10,000 meters high in the sky, a huge crimson bird with 3 legs and 6 wings was flying among the clouds. All of a sudden, It let out an ear-piercing cry that truly resounded through the clouds. Even Zhou Jie and the other two, who were on the ground, could hear the sonorous cry from 10,000 meters away. Chapter 317. Zhou Jie hurriedly formed an energy shield to block out the sound and vibration. Although it could not hurt Kakashi and Ling Xue'er, Zhou Jie instinctively chose to protect them. However, at this time, Zhou Jie felt the voice of the gourd, so he immediately received it. Oh no, I didn't expect my old enemy to invite these beings. It seems that I can't keep my seed. You should leave now. Where did they come from? To the gourd's surprise, Zhou Jie asked it this question in such a calm manner. In response, the gourd could only answer, "They are from the beast god realm, which is above the Empyrean like me." I think you are also from the Empyrean, right? I don't know if you have heard of their names. The giant that seems to be made of stone is called the Sky Giant. The bird is called the three-legged golden crow. As for the ape, it is even more terrifying. It is called the celestial demonic ape. You should have heard of it. Zhou Jie heard the gourd's words and felt a little helpless. Heard of it? He had been here for less than a month. The so-called Empyrean was nothing, let alone the celestial demonic ape. Heard of it? However, Zhou Jie could not tell the gourd that he did not belong to this world. He could only say, "I'm sorry. I have been training hard all year round. I don't know anything about the Empyrean, nor have I heard of the names of the three beings outside." Zhou Jie's answer stunned the gourd. It thought to itself, "You haven't heard of it? You don't even know what the Empyrean is. This is really..." Using the word ignorant to describe Zhou Jie seemed too knowledgeable. The gourd had no choice but to say, "Well, it's fine if you don't know. But you should leave now. The three of them must be here to fight for my essence after death. They have also received benefits from my old enemy. You should leave now. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." Zhou Jie did not respond to the gourd's words because his attention had shifted to the outside world. The conversation between the towering giant and the other two was actually in the human language. "Monkey, you really came. Today shall be the day you die." The towering giant was the first to speak. His voice reverberated from the clouds to the ground. The rumbling sound shook the clouds and the earth. Every word and action of his was truly imbued with great power. Following which, the celestial emperor demon ape spoke with a sharp and arrogant voice. "Humph, the demonic willow brat invited me here with ill intentions. He only told me that you, the broken stone, would be here. Since we have a grudge, we can settle it today. I didn't expect a stinky bird like you to come as well." Then, the three-legged golden crow spoke in a low voice. "Humph, stinky monkey, you should have known this day would come when you plucked my tail feather. Luckily, the demonic willow brat told me. I followed you all the way here. I didn't expect the stone ghost to be here too. Let's fight together." "Humph, shameless boasting. Even if the two of you join forces, I am not afraid. You are still worried that if you can't kill me today, you will be hunted down by me and my wife in the future." The celestial emperor demon ape was not afraid at all. Seeing the celestial emperor demon ape so arrogant, the towering giant was enraged. He roared, "Monkey, I will kill you today even if I have to risk my life. Stinky monkey, you will die today." The three-legged golden crow also threatened. In an instant, three shocking auras exploded in the outside world, causing the heaven and earth to be sublimated. The wind and clouds changed, the mountains shook, and countless plants were turned into dust. The terrifying mixed pressure spread out, causing the expressions of the King of Li Kingdom and the other two forces who were still hiding nearby to change drastically. They immediately chose to retreat from the scene. Yukaiji and the others, who were watching from a distance, felt their hearts tremble. After coming back to their senses, they chose to distance themselves from the battle that was about to erupt. "They don't seem to have come for you," Zhou Jie said to the gourd at the entrance of the cave. The gourd immediately replied, "You can't say that. Once the enmity between them is over, there will definitely be survivors. When that time comes, it will devour my essence, which will be greatly beneficial to them. As for the celestial emperor demon ape, I heard of its might when I followed Master in the 9 heavens. It is said to be invincible below the Emperor Heaven Realm, and it can even escape from some Emperor Heaven Realm expert. However, it loves to cause trouble and has caused a lot of trouble. The reason it has been able to survive until now is mostly because its wife is not to be trifled with. Even if the two of them work together, Emperor Heaven Realm experts would not dare to casually offend it. My old enemy probably dislikes this celestial emperor demon ape for some reason, so he wants to get rid of it. That's why this is happening today. Is that so? Hearing this, Zhou Jie couldn't help but ponder, but then he said, however, if these 3 guys start fighting, I'm afraid you won't be able to hide here. In a while, just the aftermath of the battle might kill you. Hearing Zhou Jie's words, the gourd replied, so what? I'm already about to die, but why haven't you left yet? Could it be that you want to sit back and reap the rewards? Sit back and reap the rewards? When he heard this, Zhou Jie's heart moved as well. However, he did not have this thought at all, so he quickly dismissed it. No, I have my own plans. Thus, Zhou Jie said after a short hesitation. After that, Zhou Jie said to Kakashi, protect Shui. I'm going out for a while. The reason why Zhou Jie asked Kakashi to protect Ling Shui was not that Kakashi's combat strength was stronger than Ling Shui's. It was just that Kakashi's body contained the Imperial Monarch's laws, and those below the Imperial Monarch realm were unable to injure him. Kakashi and Ling Shui were unable to stop Zhou Jie's actions. Even though they were somewhat worried, they still allowed him to leave without worries. Coincidentally, when Zhou Jie flew out of the cave, the 3 giants finished their confrontation and were about to attack. However, when they suddenly saw Zhou Jie's aura soaring into the sky, they immediately stopped. All of them could not help but look at Zhou Jie. To the 3 king-level beasts, Zhou Jie's size was simply unimpressive. However, Zhou Jie's aura was actually on the same level as theirs, so they had no choice but to take Zhou Jie seriously. Human cultivator, why are you here? Earlier, Zhou Jie had been hiding his aura, so the 3 giants did not pay attention to him. Now that Zhou Jie exposed his strength, the giant was the first to lower its head and ask. However, even if the giant lowered its head was far above the clouds and could not be seen with the naked eye. Zhou Jie could only rely on his perception to know its movement. Upon hearing the giant's question, Zhou Jie asked in return, the 3 of you are all here for the gourd in the cave? The giant was asked in return and could not help but feel a little displeased. After all, beasts like them were generally much stronger than human cultivators of the same level of cultivation. It was also more experienced. Normally, it would look down on Zhou Jie, but in the current situation, if Zhou Jie interfered, it would change the situation. Therefore, after a moment of displeasure, the giant answered Zhou Jie's question first. Yes and no, I'm mainly here to kill this monkey. At this time, the 3-legged golden crow's voice sounded in the sky. I'm also here for this stinky monkey. Human, if you are willing to join forces with us to kill this stinky monkey, we can give you the essence of the gourd after its death. I think Brother Tong Tian won't be reluctant to part with it, right? Of course not. When the giant heard the 3-legged golden crow's suggestion, he agreed without hesitation. Then, he asked Zhou Jie, Human, what do you think? This time, without waiting for Zhou Jie to reply, the celestial emperor ape, who was still arrogant, just a moment ago, was really afraid that Zhou Jie would join forces to deal with it. Then, it would really not be able to resist, so it made a prompt decision and chose to not care about its face, directly turning around and fleeing. Boom! The celestial emperor ape's movement was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had already traveled dozens of miles. Seeing this, the giant and the three-legged golden crow hurriedly chased after it, completely ignoring Zhou Jie. When Zhou Jie sensed that the celestial emperor ape had escaped, his expression completely changed in the next second, because he discovered that the celestial emperor ape was escaping in the direction of the stone village. If it accidentally stepped on the stone village, then how could the people of the stone village survive? As a result, a scene that stunned the giant and the three-legged golden crow appeared. When they moved to chase after it, Zhou Jie's entire person flashed on the spot and turned into a shocking streak of lightning, chasing after the celestial emperor ape with a speed that even surpassed the three-legged golden crow. Then, a loud shout sounded between heaven and earth, "Stop!" That tone left no room for doubt. It was simply as overbearing as a madman, making the giant and the three-legged golden crow completely unable to believe that a human cultivator actually dared to yell at the celestial emperor ape so loudly. One had to know that that was the celestial emperor ape, a top-notch existence even in the beast god realm. It had roamed unhindered for 10,000 years, and it was hard to find a match among the ferocious beasts, let alone a mere human cultivator. The celestial emperor ape had once torn apart a human cultivator at the later stage of the shattering void tier, equivalent to the 5th to 6th level of the suzerain tier, with its bare hands. At that time, it had shocked the human elites for a long time, and also created its name of demonic ape. And after the celestial emperor ape heard Zhou Jie's sound transmission, it was also quite surprised, and it turned into anger in an instant. It was a dignified overlord of the beast god realm. When had it ever been yelled at like this by a human cultivator below the emperor heaven tier? This was simply intolerable. What else could be tolerated? But just as this thought flashed through the celestial emperor ape's mind, it felt a terrifying pressure coming from behind. The speed was so fast that it did not even have time to feel fear in its heart before the attack that was full of pressure descended from behind. It was an incomparably dazzling sword light. In fact, it was activated by a sword formation formed by 6 swords, instantly triggering the tide-like energy between heaven and earth, with an unstoppable momentum. 6 pulses divine sword. Hong! The celestial emperor ape hurriedly turned around to face it, and it did not even have time to take out its weapon. Under the attack of its 2 hands, its entire huge body was thrown away by the torrential sword light, and finally, it crashed into the mountains at the side with a loud bang. Chapter 3:18. What? Seeing that the celestial emperor ape was sent flying by Zhou Jie, the giant and three-legged golden crow exclaimed in unison. Zhou Jie's strength was beyond their imagination. After the celestial emperor ape crushed the 2 mountains, it quickly got up, its face filled with shock and anger. It was actually secretly injured by a human cultivator. This was a great humiliation. Human, how dare you sneak attack me? You're asking for it. The celestial emperor ape roared at Zhou Jie, no longer caring that it was 1 against 3. It wanted to regain the face it had just lost to Zhou Jie. The towering giant and the three-legged golden crow had already caught up. The latter flew in the sky behind the celestial emperor demon ape to prevent it from escaping, while the former faced the celestial emperor demon ape with Zhou Jie, ready to attack at any time. Zhou Jie was still calm in the face of the celestial emperor ape's roar. He was so anxious to attack just now because he wanted to prevent Stone Village from being destroyed by the celestial emperor ape. He had already successfully hit the celestial emperor ape's position. Now, even if they were to fight, as long as Zhou Jie was careful not to deliberately land his attack in the direction of Stone Village would not be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. Although with the strength of a peak Lord Tier Master, the aftershock of a powerful attack could destroy houses tens of thousands of meters away. However, that was under the circumstance of using an area of effect attack. Generally speaking, when experts of the same level fought, no one would use an area of effect attack because it would disperse the attack's energy and not cause enough damage to the enemy. Therefore, even if two peak Lord tier masters joined forces and had the ability to destroy the entire surface of a planet, when they fought, the damage they caused would not be enough to flatten the surface of a planet. Monkey, you still dare to be so arrogant at this time? Now that the three of us have joined forces, let's see how you deal with it, die. The giant roared and charged at the Celestial Emperor Ape with huge strides. In fact, the giant only took half a step forward and arrived in front of the Celestial Emperor Ape. His fist broke through the clouds in the sky and smashed down on the Celestial Emperor Ape's head, which was also in the clouds. The Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape was enraged. A terrifying purple energy erupted from its body, and its fist collided with the towering giant's fist. The two fists were more than twice the size of the Celestial Emperor Ape's, but when they clashed, the smaller fist of the Celestial Emperor Ape had the upper hand. Boom! The heavens trembled, and this collision shattered the clouds. The towering giant couldn't help but take half a step back, while the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape maintained its posture of punching until the end. It was obvious who was superior. However, the towering giant was unwilling to give up. Its body emitted a white energy light, and it chose to engage in close combat with the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape again. Boom, boom, boom! After 3 collisions in a row, the noises they caused were as loud as thunder. The clouds where the collisions occurred had long been torn apart, revealing the hideous faces of the two parties. At this time, the 3-legged golden crow also launched the attack that it had been preparing for. As it flapped its wings, countless golden flames descended like the end of the world, and all of them accurately hit the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape's armor, making loud bangs. At the same time, under the attack of the 3-legged golden crow, the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape could no longer hold back. It immediately took out its weapon, a huge dark silver staff that was taller than the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape by a head. When it was swung, the wind and thunder roared, and the power was so terrifying that it could tear the sky apart. Screech! Seeing that the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape had taken out its weapon, the 3-legged golden crow took the initiative to attack. It let out a long cry, and the golden flames on its body soared like a prairie fire. Then, as the 3-legged golden crow spat down with all its strength, the golden flames on its body were suddenly extinguished by more than half. A bright golden bird flew out of its mouth, but compared to the 3-legged golden crow's huge body, it was actually hundreds of meters long and wide. It was aimed at the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape's head like a comet attacking the moon. Of course, the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape would not use its body to take the attack of the 3-legged golden crow. In the face of the towering giant's simultaneous attack, it roared and raised its staff from bottom to top. It actually knocked away the foot of the towering giant first, and then collided with the bird of the 3-legged golden crow above its head. Boom! The bird, that condensed the power of the 3-legged golden crow's flames, was blown up by the staff, and the explosion immediately created a scene of destruction. The red and golden flame waves spread out like ripples in the sky. At the same time, the temperature between heaven and earth rose rapidly. The corresponding trees on the surface of the ground within a kilometer of the center were directly scorched, and even some places were set ablaze. Even the villagers of Stone Village, tens of thousands of meters away, soon felt the rapid change in the air temperature. Although the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape had blown up the attack of the 3-legged golden crow, it was also slightly injured. Its whole body sank hundreds of meters into the ground, and its weapon smashed into the waist of the mountain beside it. It directly smashed the entire mountain, causing the mountain to collapse and the earth to crack. Zhou Jie, who was thousands of meters away, couldn't help but frown. Although he had just considered joining forces with the two giants to deal with the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape, he still hadn't made up his mind and still wanted to think clearly. However, now that he saw the destruction of the battle between the three giants, If he didn't join in and end the battle as soon as possible, thousands of mountains in the 100,000 mountains would be destroyed by them. Therefore, Zhou Jie decided to attack the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape at this moment to end the battle as soon as possible, and then he would be able to obtain the Gourd Seed and end a grudge. 6 Meridians Divine Sword, go! At that moment, Zhou Jie activated the 6 Meridians Divine Bracelet again and used the Sword Formation Mystery to attack the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape. The strength of his attack was not inferior to that of the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape and the other 2 giants. The Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape had just finished a fierce collision, and it was just when its old strength was exhausted and it was difficult to generate new strength. Facing Zhou Jie's sudden and powerful attack, the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape, who had suffered a loss before, suddenly felt all the hair on its body stand up. It forcibly gathered its strength and waved its staff to meet Zhou Jie's sword formation killer move. Thump! This time, the 6 Meridians Divine Sword was knocked away by the staff, but the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape also trembled violently and took half a step back in disbelief. The reason why the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape was so shocked was that it had never seen a human cultivator of the same level who could exert an attack that could even shake it directly, let alone an attack that came from a controlled flying sword. How terrifying the control of one's soul was to be able to do that! But it was far from over, because the 6 Meridians Divine Sword just now was not the limit of Zhou Jie's attack. Now, Zhou Jie's attack of such intensity could only be classified as super-ordinary attack. Yes, super-ordinary attack, as the name suggested, was equivalent to ordinary attack, not ultimate skill, let alone a killer move. And the most important feature of ordinary attack was that it could be easily launched consecutively. Therefore, 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Whoosh! The 6 swords that had been knocked away by the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape's staff instantly reassembled the sword formation and attacked the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape again. What? How is this possible? The Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape turned pale with fright when it saw this. Such a powerful flying sword attack, Zhou Jie was actually able to launch it consecutively. This was really shocking and unacceptable to it. Although the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape was a top-notch existence among shattering void-tier beasts, its true strength was still quite a bit weaker than Zhou Jie's. The Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape's strength was slightly weaker than Suffix before he reached the Monarch tier, but Zhou Jie was not much weaker than Suffix at that time. It could be said that he had reached the limit below the ordinary Monarch tier. The level of Holy Sun naturally surpassed the ordinary limit, but don't forget that Zhou Jie's cultivation had yet to reach the consummate level of Overlord tier. The Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape was naturally far from being his match. As for the 2 sky-reaching giants, they were only on the level of Zhuo Qiuhong. And what made the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape feel even more terrible was that at the same time that Zhou Jie launched the 6 Pulses Divine Sword for the second time, the sky-reaching giant and 3-legged golden crow also launched a ferocious attack at it again. Just to deal with the attacks of these 2, it had to be prepared to be injured. What more when Zhou Jie's attack was added in? The Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape was completely unable to withstand it. But even though it knew that it could not withstand it, in order to survive, the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape had to do its best to block it. Thus, it roared again and activated all the energy in its body. It directly leaped out of the sunken pit in the ground, and swept out with its staff to meet Zhou Jie's and the sky-reaching giant's attacks head-on. Then, it used the rebound force to sweep back to meet the 3-legged golden crow's attack. The result was that the attacks of Zhou Jie, and the others all caused varying degrees of damage to the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape. In the end, the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape was even knocked to the ground by the 3-legged golden crow's attack, crushing a few more mountain ranges. Roar! The Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape's face was filled with despair. It had also fallen into a frenzied state. It quickly got up and swung its staff at the sky-reaching giant. The sky-reaching giant's body was incomparably tough. It directly met the celestial emperor demonic ape's staff with its hands and was knocked back a big step, causing hundreds of mountains to shake and gravel to roll. The three-legged golden crow and Zhou Jie took the opportunity to launch another attack. A stream of golden flames and a stream of light from the 6 pulses divine sword attacked the celestial emperor demonic ape. Seeing this, the celestial emperor demonic ape became even more ruthless. It ignored the 2 attacks and directly swung its staff at Zhou Jie. It knew that human cultivators' bodies were generally weak, so it wanted to finish off Zhou Jie with one strike first. But don't forget, Zhou Jie's speed was terrifying. How could the celestial emperor demonic ape's attack completely land on Zhou Jie? However, facing the celestial emperor demonic ape's staff, Zhou Jie did not choose to dodge. Instead, he flipped his palms and hit the celestial emperor demonic ape's staff with his palms. He blocked it with his palms. When the celestial emperor demonic ape saw that Zhou Jie had blocked its weapon with his palms and was still standing there, the shock in its heart could not be any greater. It was so shocked that it almost cried. It was really seeing a ghost. The celestial emperor demonic ape thought. Then, its body, which had taken the attack from Zhou Jie and the three-legged golden crow's attack, trembled, and the force exerted by its weapon on Zhou Jie decreased. So, boom! The celestial emperor demonic ape was directly thrown to the ground by Zhou Jie. This caused it to instantly fall into a daze. Chapter 319. After knocking down the celestial emperor monster ape with both hands, Zhou Jie immediately controlled the 6 swords to unleash the flying sword ultimate kill. The three-legged golden crow was also shocked when it saw this, but it was mainly surprised. It immediately followed Zhou Jie and took advantage of the situation to attack the celestial emperor ape again. The celestial emperor monster ape was completely stunned after being knocked down by Zhou Jie. It could not accept that it was defeated by a human cultivator who was less than 1/millionth of its size with pure strength. Therefore, when Zhou Jie and the three-legged golden crow's attacks came one after another, the celestial emperor monster ape could not react in time. It could only barely avoid its vital parts and take the 2 attacks with its body. The three-legged golden crow's little bird was still fine. When it hit the armor, it only caused serious damage to the armor, but the damage was not great. However, Zhou Jie's flying sword ultimate kill was different. It was a continuous entanglement of the flying swords. The 6 swords transformed into thousands of sword chi brilliance, specifically attacking the vital parts of the ape. This caused the celestial emperor monster ape to be in great pain, and its injuries worsened by a lot. However, it was unable to resist Zhou Jie's flying swords. At this moment, the celestial emperor monster ape was in despair. It knew that if this continued, even if it used all its trump cards to escape, it would have no chance of escaping from the 3 giants. However, with its pride, it could not beg for mercy. Besides, begging for mercy was absolutely useless. Roar! Human, just you wait. My wife will avenge me. The celestial emperor monster ape struggled to resist Zhou Jie's flying sword ultimate kill. Its injuries kept worsening, but it still did not show any signs of retreating and roared violently. Zhou Jie could not help but frown. He had heard from the calabash that even imperial emperors would not dare to provoke the celestial emperor monster ape and his wife easily. However, since the celestial emperor monster ape was more famous than his wife, it was obvious that the celestial emperor monster ape should be stronger than his wife. Therefore, Zhou Jie naturally felt strange that it thought that his wife could avenge it. However, Zhou Jie did not really care about the threat of the celestial emperor monster ape. Moreover, under the current situation, Zhou Jie was determined to kill the celestial emperor monster ape. Zhou Jie did not feel guilty about killing such a ferocious demonic beast. Therefore, although the celestial emperor monster ape tried its best to resist and even wanted to kill Zhou Jie, with the help of the two towering giants, Zhou Jie's flying sword ultimate kill left the celestial emperor monster ape powerless to fight back. Soon, the celestial emperor monster ape's armor was shattered, and its body was covered in wounds. The blood that spurted out could gather into a river. However, the celestial emperor monster ape's vitality was indeed terrifying. Even though it was severely injured, it still fought with Zhou Jie and the other two for a few minutes. In the end, its body was almost smashed by the towering giant, and its hair was all burned by the three-legged golden crow. Only then did it die under Zhou Jie's flying sword ultimate kill. Thump! The celestial emperor monster ape was badly injured. It knelt on the ground, and its red eyes had lost most of their vitality. It looked a little sluggish. Before Zhou Jie's flying sword ultimate kill pierced its head, it opened its mouth to say something. However, before it could say anything, the flying sword ultimate kill it. Seeing this, the towering giant was the first to laugh to the sky. Dead, this monkey is finally dead. It's finally dead. Ha ha ha. The three-legged golden crow also let out a long cry to express its joy. It flapped its wings and flew higher into the sky. Only Zhou Jie seemed very calm. He quickly withdrew his flying sword ultimate kill and looked at the fallen celestial emperor monster ape and the surrounding broken land and mountains. Other than secretly sighing, he did not have any other thoughts. After laughing, the towering giant looked at Zhou Jie and said to Zhou Jie, "Human, this time it's really thanks to you. I owe you a favor. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." The reason why the towering giant said this, and did not even mention that he had promised to give the gourd to Zhou Jie, was that he had already realized how powerful Zhou Jie was. Even if he and the three-legged golden crow did not want to give the gourd to Zhou Jie, they had to give it to him. So why should he say that he gave it to Zhou Jie? That was completely asking for a snub. It was purely a joke. Seeing this, the three-legged golden crow was also a sensible person. It immediately sent a voice transmission to Zhou Jie to express its gratitude, then it was about to leave. But at this moment, Zhou Jie suddenly thought of something, and quickly stopped the three-legged golden crow. "Wait, three-legged golden crow, I have something to ask you." The three-legged golden crow heard Zhou Jie's voice transmission, and it couldn't help but be surprised. It quickly flew back, intending to listen to Zhou Jie's question. Zhou Jie actually thought of the threat of the celestial emperor monster ape to himself, so he asked immediately, "Just now the celestial emperor monster ape threatened me, saying that its wife would avenge it. This makes me a little curious. Why did it only threaten me? Also, what is the origin of its wife? Can she avenge it?" Hearing Zhou Jie's question, the three-legged golden crow suddenly understood and replied, "So this is what you are wondering, but then again, you do have to be careful of the revenge of the celestial emperor monster ape's wife. The celestial emperor monster ape's wife is a snake demon, known as the Queen of Demons in the demon immortal realm. Her strength is not bad, but for the towering giant and me, the Queen of Demons is not a threat, because she is best at using poison. Needless to say, the towering giant is born with a body immune to poison, and is stronger than the Queen of Demons, so the Queen of Demons can't do anything to him. As for me, I have the godly fire, which can also resist any poison, and I run fast, so the Queen of Demons can't do anything to me. Only you have the body of a human. If you are poisoned by the Queen of Demons, I'm afraid that it will affect your future cultivation. Human, this is all I can tell you. You have to be careful," the three-legged golden crow finally said and was about to leave. Hearing this, Zhou Jie could not help but frown. But what was done, and he had no other choice but to bear the consequences. The three-legged golden crow did not have much friendship with him, so it was enough to tell him this much. So Zhou Jie thanked the three-legged golden crow and let him leave. Turning back to the cave, Zhou Jie saw Ling Shui, and Kakashi hugging each other tightly, leaning against the wall and seemingly shivering. He immediately asked, "Why are you two hugging each other?" "Jocko, you are back. Is the fight outside over?" Kakashi heard and quickly looked up to ask. "Yes, what are you two doing?" Zhou Jie looked at Kakashi and could not help but ask again. "Nothing, it's just that Jocko, it's too scary when you fight outside," Kakashi said with lingering fear. Zhou Jie nodded when he heard the words. He glanced at Kakashi again and finally couldn't help but say, "So, Kakashi, can you move your head away from Schwerer?" Kakashi, Jocko, it's not what you think, I'm not that kind of person." With that said, Kakashi had already moved half of his face away from Ling Shui's towering chest as fast as possible. Seeing this, Ling Shui couldn't help blushing and pursing her lips. Zhou Jie. A few minutes later, Zhou Jie and the other two stood around the cold pool, watching the vines that extended from the gourd on the stone wall outside the pool slowly wither and peel off the surface of the stone wall and fall into the pool. "Human, I am going to start condensing the seed." The gourd used its old and tired voice to inform Zhou Jie one last time. Then, its entire body melted into the cold pool at an even faster speed. Zhou Jie looked at all of this without saying a word. He quietly sensed the process of the gourd condensing the seed at the bottom of the cold pool and seemed to have understood something. "Jocko, where are we going next?" After leaving the cave, Kakashi asked Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie, Kakashi, and Ling Shui stood at the top of a mountain and looked into the distance. He thought for a while. Currently, he had not thought of a way to leave the myriad ancient sacred world, so he had to continue to understand the myriad ancient sacred world. The more he knew, the more chances he would have to find a way to leave the myriad ancient sacred world. Therefore, Zhou Jie thought for a while and replied, "Let's take one step at a time. Let's go to the Mountain Kingdom first to understand the situation." Mountain Kingdom? Hearing this, Ling Shui was puzzled. She and Kakashi did not know where the Mountain Kingdom was, and they did not know how Zhou Jie knew about it. "It should be outside this mountain. Let's go." Although Zhou Jie did not know the exact location of the Mountain Kingdom, with his strength, as long as he knew that there was such a place nearby, he would be able to find it. Demon Immortal Realm, Mesmerizing Snake Mountains. This was the place where the celestial Emperor Demon Ape and the Queen of 10,000 Demons lived. The outer area was covered by a thick black fog and poisonous miasma all year round. Only in the deepest part of the mountain range, the air was relatively fresh. In the depths of the cold and humid huge cave, an extremely beautiful and flirtatious woman was holding an exquisite cup and drinking something. Her expression was very languid, but she was still very charming. The lower part of the woman's body was a thick and sturdy snake. It was coiled on the ground and was stacked 3 meters high. This flirtatious woman with a human body and a snake tail was naturally the Queen of 10,000 Demons. At some point, the languid Queen of 10,000 Demons' expression suddenly changed. At the same time, she crushed the cup in her hand and wriggled her snake body to the other side of the cave. "Husband?" When the Queen of 10,000 Demons arrived at the other side of the cave, she saw that there was a stone statue in the middle of the cave. It was the celestial Emperor Demon Ape and the Queen of 10,000 Demons who was nestled in its arms. However, at this moment, the celestial Emperor Demon Ape's statue had completely cracked and broken into pieces. A picture was being projected, in mid-air through the eyes of the celestial Emperor Demon Ape. "I don't." Before the celestial Emperor Demon Ape could finish its last sentence, 6 flying swords had pierced through its head. The picture in the picture suddenly dimmed, and the last thing that stopped in the picture was Zhou Jie, who was far away. "No. Husband! Husband!" After the Queen of 10,000 Demons saw the picture, she finally recovered from the extreme shock and screamed crazily. The queen of 10,000 demons rushed forward and hugged the half-broken statue of the celestial emperor demon ape tightly. Tears were rolling down from her eyes. Ah, damned human! Husband, I will definitely avenge you. Chapter 320. The 100,000 mountain range spanned nearly 100,000 li, and Stone Village was located near the center of the 100,000 mountain range. Mountain Country was adjacent to the 100,000 mountain range, and was less than 50,000 li away from Stone Village. With Zhou Jie's speed, he only needed to rest for a day or so to fly out of the 100,000 mountain range. From several thousand meters in the air, he could see a few cities in the distance. Seeing the cities, Zhou Jie naturally brought Kakashi and Yu Yang to one of the cities, ignoring the city wall guards and landing on the city's main street. Zhou Jie originally wanted to find someone to ask if this was mountain country, but after landing, Kakashi saw a noodle shop and immediately forgot what they came here for. He grabbed Zhou Jie and wanted to eat noodles. Zhou Jie was helpless and planned to agree to Kakashi's request, but then he remembered that they didn't have the money of this world, so he said to Kakashi, "The problem is, Kakashi, we don't have money." Hearing this, Kakashi was also stunned. Only then did he remember that they had always been freeloading in Stone Village. Now that they were in the city, they even had to pay to eat other people's food. "Then what do we do, Jocko? I want to eat noodles." Thus, Kakashi hugged Zhou Jie's thigh and coaxed and pestered, causing the passers-by on the street to point fingers, one after another. Seeing this, Zhou Jie couldn't help but black lines. He immediately thought of a way and brought Kakashi and Yu Yang to the side of a street vendor selling handicraft. He told the vendor that he could help him sell all the items on the stall, and the price would be even higher, but he would have to give him 30% of the income. When the vendor heard this, he felt that it was inconceivable, but with an attitude of giving it a try, he agreed to Zhou Jie's request. Therefore, Zhou Jie used his soul force to influence the passers-by on the street, forcing them to buy the handicrafts of the hawkers. In less than 10 minutes, the handicrafts that the hawkers could sell for several months were all sold out. Seeing this, the peddler was pleasantly surprised. Without hesitation, he gave Zhou Jie 30% of his income. After receiving the money, Zhou Jie remembered his business and hypnotized the peddler again. He asked the peddler, "Which country is this?" "Li Kingdom," the peddler replied. "Where is the mountain country?" Zhou Jie asked again. Therefore, the peddler pointed to the direction behind Zhou Jie and gave a rough description of the route. After obtaining the location of mountain country, Zhou Jie regained his consciousness as a peddler. At the same time, he brought Kakashi and Feng Bujue to the entrance of a noodle shop not far away. "Oh yeah, noodles, noodles!" Kakashi shouted excitedly. Zhou Jie and Ling Shui had long been used to this. Ling Shui covered her mouth and smiled, while Zhou Jie walked directly into the noodle shop. After a while, Zhou Jie and the other two ate steaming hot, meat noodles, at a table in the corner of the noodle shop. In less than 2 minutes, Kakashi successfully finished a large bowl of noodles and said excitedly to Zhou Jie, Oh, Jocko, delicious, this noodles is too delicious, give me another bowl." Seeing this, Zhou Jie looked at the noodles that he had eaten less than half and the noodles that Ling Shui had only eaten a few mouthfuls. He silently called the waiter over and ordered another bowl. 5 minutes later, Zhou Jie was drinking the free tea in the noodle shop. He glanced at Ling Shui, who was drinking noodle soup, and Kakashi, who was still eating his 5th bowl of noodles. He couldn't help but touch the little money left in his pocket. This noodle shop was not an ordinary noodle shop. It was one of the top noodle shops in the country. They ordered the most expensive noodles. Kakashi had eaten half a month's income of a commoner family in just a short while. After Kakashi finished his 5th bowl of noodles, Ling Shui also slowly finished her noodle soup. Seeing this, Zhou Jie brought the two of them out of the noodle shop and flew directly in the direction of the Mountain Kingdom. During the flight, Zhou Jie also overlooked more than half of the Li Kingdom's territory and roughly knew the distance between the cities. When they left the Li Kingdom, Zhou Jie saw a city in the distance and knew that it didn't belong to the Li Kingdom. According to the peddler, it should be a city of the Mountain Kingdom. Sure enough, Zhou Jie confirmed his guess in that city and asked about the location of the capital of the Mountain Kingdom. He chose to go there immediately. That night, Zhou Jie and the other two arrived at the Mountain Kingdom. They were not in a hurry to see Yu Kai. Instead, they stayed in an ordinary inn in the city. Before that, Zhou Jie did the same thing and earned another sum of money. That night, Zhou Jie sat cross-legged in his room in the inn. With a thought, he enveloped the mountain city's imperial palace. Before meeting Yu Kai, he planned to be cautious and understand the situation in the imperial palace. Early the next morning, Zhou Jie brought Kakashi and Ling Shui directly to the courtyard where Yu Kai lived. At that time, Yu Kai was sitting cross-legged beside the lotus pond. He had already meditated there for the entire night. After Zhou Jie released his qi, Yu Kai immediately woke up and hurriedly opened his eyes. Seeing that it was Zhou Jie with a beauty and a child, he couldn't help but be surprised. However, he and Zhou Jie had only been separated for less than 2 days, so he naturally wouldn't forget Zhou Jie's strength. Thus, Yu Kai immediately stood up and welcomed him with a smile. "Ah, so it's Senior who has come, and you've even brought your wife and child? What can I do for you?" Husband, wife, and child. Hearing this, Zhou Jie was stunned. He reacted and hurriedly explained, "Yu Kai, these two are my friends." Hearing Zhou Jie's words, Yu Kai instantly felt awkward and hurriedly said, "Then I'm sorry, Senior. You see, I'm really speaking nonsense. Why has Senior suddenly come to visit?" Zhou Jie didn't mind Yu Kai's words just now. Immediately, he pointed at the stone table in the courtyard behind him with an indifferent expression and said, "Let's sit down and talk. I've come to ask you about the current situation of this world, and also, do you know about the 9 heavens? 9 heavens? Of course. It's rumored that the 9 heavens is the place where shattering void tier elites arrive after ascending. That place is even more vast and boundless than the lower realm, and elites are everywhere. Wait, with Senior's strength, you could have ascended to the 9 heavens long ago. Why are you asking this Junior instead?" As Yu Kai answered, he suddenly realized the problem and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Zhou Jie didn't want to explain too much about this. In addition, when he heard Yu Kai's words, he knew that he knew very little about the 9 heavens and hadn't touched on that level, so he directly changed the topic. "That you don't need to know. Since you don't know about the 9 heavens, then tell me about the situation of the lower realm in the last few hundred years. Do you have a map of the lower realm?" Zhou Jie went straight to the point and asked. Regarding this, though Yu Kai was confused, he didn't dare to go against Zhou Jie's wishes. After a short hesitation, he nodded and answered, "There is a map, it's in my room. Senior, please have a seat, I'll go get it for you." Not long after, Yu Kaisha returned with a long scroll of a map. "Senior, this map was obtained by chance in my early years, but the records of the lower realm are extremely detailed. Even with my current influence, it's difficult to obtain another map similar to this one." As he spoke, Yu Kai spread out the map on the stone table, covering the entire table. Seeing this, Zhou Jie was a little excited. He could be said to have come here specifically for this map. After all, he wanted to find the exit to leave the myriad ancient sacred world, so he naturally had to have some understanding of the various places in the myriad ancient sacred world. Secondly, he wanted to listen to Yu Kai's words. Mainly, Zhou Jie wanted to know if there were any special places in the lower realm, because the more special a place was, the more likely it was to find the exit to leave the myriad ancient sacred world. In the next few minutes, Zhou Jie looked through the entire map with Yu Kai's explanation from time to time. This made him immediately feel the vastness of the myriad ancient sacred world. Just the portion on the map was comparable to the Star-Sword continent. According to Yukai, although the map was more detailed and complete, it still didn't record all the places in the lower realm of the myriad ancient sacred world. It couldn't even guarantee that the map recorded half of the lower realm. Facing such a situation, other than feeling a little headache, Zhou Jie didn't have any other thoughts. Immediately, he asked Kakashi to think of a way to secretly record the contents of the map, then asked Yukai if he knew of any so-called special places. In the end, Yukai actually knew quite a lot about this. He talked about 4 places in a row, and on average, he talked about each place for half an hour. In the end, Zhou Jie and the other 2 felt that they were specially here to listen to stories. After understanding all the information that he could, Zhou Jie gave a treasure that was very ordinary to him to Yukai. Then, he asked for some money from him and directly left the palace. After that, according to Kakashi's request, Zhou Jie and the other 2 stayed in the mountain city. They spent their days eating, drinking and playing, which was equivalent to a few days of relaxation. In these few days, Zhou Jie also researched about ascending to the 9 heavens. According to what Yukai said, Zhou Jie recalled that the black land that they appeared on when they came here might be a certain place in the 9 heavens. This made Zhou Jie feel puzzled. Could it be that after ascending from the lower realm to the 9 heavens, one would be like a headless fly flying around randomly for a while before finding a stable place to settle down? Then, should he go to the 9 heavens? In the end, Zhou Jie still felt that it was more likely to find a way to leave the 10,000 ancient sacred world in the 9 heavens. However, he couldn't let go of the clues of the lower realm. Previously, he heard Yukai mention a special place, and felt that it was indeed special and worth a visit. Hence, he decided to go there first. After that, if he couldn't find a way to leave the 10,000 ancient sacred world, then he would go to the 9 heavens to look for it. Coincidentally, on the night before Zhou Jie planned to leave the mountain country, in the sky above the mountain country, accompanied by a dark green whirlwind, the Queen of 10,000 Demons revealed her true form. She turned into a multicolored python that was thousands of meters long. Let's start from the 10,000 mountains and lure that human out, the Queen of 10,000 Demons thought to herself. She directly spat out a mouthful of 7-colored poisonous fog. It spread rapidly in the air, and finally turned into a colorless and odorless gas before it landed on the ground. Chapter 321. The Queen of 10,000 Demons did not know that Zhou Jie was in the mountain country's royal city, but she had come to the lower realm to find Zhou Jie. She had never heard of someone like Zhou Jie in the 9 heavens, so she deduced that Zhou Jie was a cultivator who had lived in the lower realm for a long time. Since the celestial emperor demon ape had died in the 10,000 mountains, the Queen of 10,000 Demons guessed that Zhou Jie was living in seclusion in the 10,000 mountains. Therefore, the Queen of 10,000 Demons had decided to kill 10,000 innocents rather than let one live. Therefore, when she arrived at the 100,000 mountains, she first attacked the mountain nation. Later, she would do the same to the Li nation and other places. After that, she planned to retrieve the corpse of the celestial emperor demonic ape and use her husband's corpse to search for Zhou Jie. As for why the Queen of 10,000 Demons immediately came to find trouble with Zhou Jie, firstly, it was because she could not deal with the giant and the 3-legged golden crow. Secondly, in the Queen of 10,000 Demons' eyes, although Zhou Jie was powerful, his life-saving abilities were also quite strong. Even if he encountered an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, he would still be able to escape. As such, in a situation where she could protect herself, she naturally chose Zhou Jie, who she was most proficient at using poison. After the Queen of 10,000 Demons spat out a mouthful of colorful qi, she quickly left. Zhou Jie was meditating in a room in an inn in the mountain city, and he was mainly focused on deducing laws and skills. His soul's perception could only cover a few kilometers, so he naturally did not discover the Queen of 10,000 Demons, who was hundreds of kilometers away. At the same time, the Queen of 10,000 Demons also did not think that Zhou Jie was in the mountain country, so she did not deliberately use her perception, and she also did not discover Zhou Jie. However, the colorful qi that the Queen of 10,000 Demons spat out covered an area of a few hundred kilometers, and when it landed, it covered the entire mountain country, including the mountain city that Zhou Jie was in. At that time, Zhou Jie had also sensed the change in the composition of the air, but even though he had sensed it, he did not think that there would be something strange about it. Adding on the fact that he had been focused on his cultivation, he had neglected this matter. The next morning, Zhou Jie and the other two prepared to leave mountain country. However, before they left, Kakashi requested them to have breakfast at an inn. However, when Zhou Jie's group of 3 went downstairs, they found the owner and 2 of his employees sitting at a table in the inn's lobby, all of them looking listless. Zhou Jie and the other 2 went forward to ask them what was wrong. The boss replied, "I don't know. I just feel weak all over and a little nauseous. But I haven't eaten breakfast, and there's nothing to vomit, so I didn't vomit." Just as the boss finished speaking, a worker also said, "Me too. Last night, I felt uncomfortable in the middle of the night. When I woke up in the morning, I felt weak and nauseous." Another employee also said, "Me too. Could it be that we have contracted an infectious disease?" Upon hearing that it might be an infectious disease, Kakashi was so scared that he immediately went to Leng Shui's side and hugged her white legs. Zhou Jie could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he saw this. In any case, he did not believe that Kakashi would be afraid of a human infectious disease. As for Zhou Jie and Leng Shui, their cultivation was not ordinary. Even if ordinary viruses, bacteria, and the like were injected into their bodies, they could block and eliminate them. Unless it was a specially developed energy poison like Dr. Venom, ordinary bacteria, viruses, and toxins would be ineffective against the 2 of them. Infectious disease? It shouldn't be so sudden that all 3 of you fell ill at the same time, right? Zhou Jie could not help but raise his doubts at this time. Then, he carefully investigated the few rooms upstairs that were occupied. After this investigation, Zhou Jie could not help but be taken aback because he found that there were a total of 5 guests upstairs. 3 of them had not gotten up yet, but they were all awake in bed without exception. They looked seriously ill, and their breaths were exactly the same as the boss and the other 2. As for the other 2 guests, they had just gotten up and were sitting at the table in their rooms. They were also pale and weak. At this time, Zhou Jie was completely sure that this was not an infectious disease. After all, how could an infectious disease infect so many people who had no contact with each other in one night? "Boss, let me take your pulse." Suddenly, Zhou Jie said to the boss and stepped forward to take the artery of his left hand. Of course, Zhou Jie did not know medical skills, let alone taking pulses. He could check the condition of the boss's body with just a thought. Taking the pulse was just for show, to give the boss and the others an explanation. While Zhou Jie was taking the pulse, his soul power had already penetrated every cell in the body of the boss and the 2 assistants. From this, he quickly found that the cause of the disease of the 3 people was exactly the same. It was all due to a certain substance combining with the blood cells in the body, resulting in a series of adverse effects. If this situation continued, the 3 of them would not live for more than a few days. "How is it, Jocko, do you have a way?" Leng Shui was kind-hearted. At this moment, she was concerned about the condition of the boss and the others. She could not help but ask Zhou Jie. In this regard, Zhou Jie frowned slightly but still said, "It's not a big problem. This should be considered as poisoning. I have a few pills here. Take them and rest for a while and you'll be fine." After Zhou Jie finished speaking, 3 black pills that were about the size of a fingernail appeared in his hand. He gave them to the boss and the other 2 and asked them to take them. At the same time, Zhou Jie had already used his soul power to separate the toxins in the bodies of the 3 people and remove them from the body. However, as soon as Zhou Jie separated the toxins, his face suddenly changed. This was because he remembered that he had sensed a lot of this toxin last night. His perception covered a radius of 1,000 meters. So Zhou Jie immediately could not help but say, "Oh no, the situation is not good." Hearing this, Kakashi could not help but be shocked. He thought that with Zhou Jie's strength, the situation must be really bad if he could say such words. However, he did not know what the problem was. Seeing Zhou Jie's sudden change of expression, the boss and the others were shocked. The boss hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Did you give us the wrong medicine?" Zhou Jie: "That's not it. Boss, you rest first. Kakashi, come with me for a while." After saying that, Zhou Jie walked to the door of the shop, opened the door, and walked out. After going out, Zhou Jie covered a radius of a few thousand meters with his mind and saw the state of the thousands of residents at a glance. After this investigation, Zhou Jie also confirmed his guess. The imperial city and even a larger area had been poisoned by someone. This inevitably made Zhou Jie a little surprised. He could not understand why someone would do this, let alone think that it was because of him. "Jocko, what's wrong?" After Leng Shui followed Zhou Jie out, she saw Zhou Jie standing there motionless and immediately went forward to ask. Zhou Jie finished investigating a radius of more than 12 miles in just a few seconds. Hearing this, he quickly turned around and explained to Kakashi and Leng Shui, "I just found out that the boss and the others were poisoned not by chance. It is very likely that someone deliberately poisoned them. Moreover, the range of the poison is very wide. It is possible that the entire mountain city or even a larger area has been poisoned. At least within a radius of a few thousand meters, there is no ordinary person who is not poisoned. To get rid of this poison, one must at least be at the late stage of the mortal body realm." "Ah, so scary?" When Kakashi heard Zhou Jie's words, his expression became exaggerated. It was as if he always loved to fuss over nothing like this. "Then what should we do?" Leng Shui asked. After hearing this, Zhou Jie thought for a moment and said, "There are so many lives. We can't just leave them to die. However, I can treat one person for a few minutes. It is not realistic for me to treat so many poisoned people. I will go and tell you Kaiji about this matter in a while. You just wait for me here." After that, Zhou Jie returned to the shop and continued to remove the poison from the body of the boss and the people in the rooms above. But in this way, Zhou Jie found that the poison was very light. It could float at a low altitude for a short period of time and be reabsorbed by the body. This situation could be said to be very bad, but Zhou Jie naturally had a way to deal with it. He directly controlled the flame to denature the poison and make it lose its toxicity. Then, he went to see Yukaiji. When Yukaiji saw Zhou Jie coming again, although he was more or less complaining in his heart, he still greeted him with a smile on his face. However, after Zhou Jie told Yukaiji about the poisoning in the city, Yukaiji's expression changed greatly. He quickly called a few ordinary guards and found that they were all poisoned as Zhou Jie said. He could not help but panic. Soon, he begged Zhou Jie to help, hoping that Zhou Jie could find the culprit behind this. Regarding this, Zhou Jie responded after a short silence, "Since I've encountered this matter, I naturally won't ignore it. I'll help you find the mastermind behind this, but you should also think about it carefully. Who could have done this?" When Yukaiji heard Zhou Jie's words, he could not help but feel a little comforted. He immediately began to think hard about the people and forces that might have poisoned him. However, after thinking for a long time, he did not think that he had offended anyone or any force that could have done such a thing. In the end, Yukaiji had no choice but to casually say to Zhou Jie, "Maybe it was the king of Li Kingdom, Li Shan, who sent someone to do it. I had some enmity with him in the early years, but it was not particularly big. I thought that after so many years, he would not take it seriously. Now it seems that I may have overestimated him." Regarding Yukaiji's words, although Zhou Jie realized that it was very likely that Yukaiji wanted to use him to deal with Li Shan, or at least let the other party know that there was an existence on Yukaiji's side that he could not afford to provoke. However, Zhou Jie could not be sure that Yukaiji was using him, so he could only say, "Okay, I understand. I will go to the other cities outside the mountain city to take a look. If I find nothing, it won't be too late for me to go to Li Kingdom." After saying that, Zhou Jie turned and left. Soon, he returned to the inn where he had stayed last night. When he returned to the inn, Zhou Jie found that Kakashi and Li Shan were helping the boss and the others with breakfast. In fact, it was because the boss wanted to treat them to breakfast for free out of gratitude, so Kakashi asked for a lot of things. The boss and the others had just been detoxified and were still weak, so Kakashi and Li Shan helped to make breakfast. Although Zhou Jie was speechless, he did not say anything. After instructing Kakashi, he flew out of the mountain city and quickly arrived at another nearby city. Chapter 322. Zhou Jie investigated from the sky above a city that was relatively close to the mountain city, and found that most of the residents in the city below were also poisoned. This made him frown, and at the same time, he expanded the scope of his investigation, directly covering the entire city. What, almost all the people in the city were poisoned, and even the livestock were no exception? Realizing this, Zhou Jie had a bad premonition again. Although he felt that this was somewhat inconceivable, he still felt that he should verify it. Thus, Zhou Jie went to another city that was even further away from the mountain city. The people in this city were all poisoned. Zhou Jie found that his conjecture seemed to have been verified, and he felt that it was inconceivable. To further confirm his conjecture, he went to 8 more cities in a row. Each one was further away from the mountain city, and the last one was even close to the border of the mountain country. Finally, Zhou Jie came to a shocking conclusion. The entire mountain country had been poisoned, and even the areas outside the city were not spared, because on the way back, Zhou Jie saw a tribe of about 1,000 people, and without exception, the tribesmen in the tribe were all poisoned exactly the same as the innkeeper and the others. Who exactly was it that did such a vicious thing last night? Zhou Jie couldn't help but ponder this question. Moreover, he estimated that to be able to poison the entire mountain country in one night, this kind of strength was quite extraordinary, and probably impossible at the level of Yukaiji. It was very likely that it was this world's shattering void tier, suzerain tier, elite. However, if it was a shattering void tier elite, Zhou Jie was even more puzzled. The power of a shattering void tier elite alone was enough to overturn the entire mountain country, so for what purpose would they resort to such methods like poisoning and willfully killing the innocent? After all, this kind of poison could only kill cultivators below the late stage of the mortal body tier, and couldn't shake the foundations of the mountain country. As long as Yukaiji and his important subordinates were alive, they could change places and establish another empire at any time. Strength was everything. Zhou Jie returned to the inn. It had been more than half an hour since he had set off. Kakashi were already eating a sumptuous breakfast, and more than half of the food had already been eaten by Kakashi. Seeing that Zhou Jie had returned, Kakashi hurriedly swallowed the 2 meat buns in his mouth. Then he called out to Zhou Jie, Jocko, eat your breakfast. I left these for you." As he spoke, Kakashi pointed at the 2 bowls of food in front of him. Zhou Jie walked over and glanced at the 4 empty bowls beside Kakashi's hands. He instantly understood what had happened, but he had never been one to bicker with Kakashi over food. he said calmly. If you haven't eaten enough, then continue eating. Leave some for Schwerer, I don't need it. Hearing this, Kakashi couldn't stop smiling. I knew Jocko was the best. Then I won't hold back. Zhou Jie, Ling Schwerer. In the end, he silently watched as Kakashi finished the breakfast for 10 people. Of course, almost 9 of them were finished by Kakashi. He only drank some wine at the side. Then he said to Kakashi and Ling Schwerer, let's go to the Li Kingdom again. I just went to investigate many cities in the Mountain Kingdom and found that the citizens in each city were poisoned. So, I guess the entire Mountain Kingdom was poisoned last night. I just don't know how the Li Kingdom is doing. The entire Mountain Kingdom has been poisoned. Kakashi was also shocked when he heard Zhou Jie's words, and his face was filled with astonishment. Ling Schweer's beautiful face also turned pale. Obviously, she was shocked by this method. To poison an entire kingdom in one night, even someone at Zhou Jie's level was shocked, let alone people below the lord level. This time, Zhou Jie went to the Li Kingdom specifically to find out if the Li Kingdom was poisoned. Therefore, he rushed all the way with Kakashi and Ling Shui, and they arrived in the Li Kingdom in just over an hour. After investigating a city at the border of the Li Kingdom, Zhou Jie said to Kakashi and Ling Shui with a serious expression, "It seems that the situation is more serious than I thought. The entire Li Kingdom might have been poisoned." "Then what should we do now, Jocko?" Kakashi couldn't help but ask. Zhou Jie immediately frowned. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with him, but it happened the night before he was about to leave. With so many innocent lives, it was difficult for him to leave them in the lurch. However, if he really wanted to save them, he couldn't save so many people. The most important thing now was to tell the king of the Li Kingdom about this matter, and let him think of a way first. Therefore, Zhou Jie thought for a while and said, "With so many people poisoned, unless we can find the mastermind in a few days and force him to detoxify the poison, most of these people will inevitably die." After a pause, Zhou Jie continued, "Now, let's go to the capital of the Li Kingdom and tell the king of the Li Kingdom about this matter. Then, we'll think of a way to find the culprit." Therefore, Zhou Jie and the other two went to the Li Kingdom's imperial city and told the king of the Li Kingdom about the poisoning. Then, they didn't stay for long and chose to leave. At first, Zhou Jie subconsciously wanted to return to the Shan Kingdom. However, later on, he thought that since both the Li Kingdom and the Shan Kingdom had been poisoned, could it be that the Bhutan Kingdom on the other side of the Li Kingdom had also been poisoned? If the Bhutan Kingdom has also been poisoned, then the motive of the person who poisoned us is probably not simple. Zhou Jie thought to himself. Then, he led Kakashi and the other two to the Bhutan Kingdom. After arriving at a city on the border of the Bhutan Kingdom, Zhou Jie immediately investigated and found that the people in the city had also been poisoned. At that time, he lowered his head and fell into silence. When Kakashi and the other two saw this, they knew what was going on. At that moment, they didn't ask Zhou Jie about the situation in the city below. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. Zhou Jie was silent for a moment. Finally, he raised his head and said, "There's no other way. Let's stay in the city below for a few nights and wait. Let's see if we can find the culprit." In the hinterland of the 100,000 mountains, the queen of myriad demons had transformed into her true form. She was a colorful python that was thousands of meters long. She slithered rapidly between the mountains. Wherever she passed, the vibrations she created could be felt thousands of meters away. "My husband!" Suddenly, the queen of myriad demons changed her direction and increased her speed significantly. She directly jumped over a tall mountain and then stopped. It turned out that the celestial emperor demon ape had died by kneeling behind this tall mountain. However, even though it was kneeling, it was still much taller than the mountain. D*MN ants. How dare you steal my husband's body? When the queen of myriad demons arrived, she saw that a few of the culprit were greedily eating the celestial emperor demon ape's blood and flesh. She was instantly enraged. Then, she opened her mouth and spat out a few poisonous whirlwinds, killing all the beasts easily. My husband! The queen of myriad demons leaned on the celestial emperor demon ape's body. She used her snake head to gently stroke the celestial emperor demon ape's head. Even though the celestial emperor demon ape's head had been pierced through by Zhou Jie's flying sword, the queen of myriad demons did not mind at all. Just like that, the queen of myriad demons leaned on the celestial emperor demon ape for a long time. Finally, she woke up from her memories. She said with even more grief and indignation, "My husband, according to our agreement, after you die, I will refine you into a part of my inner core. This way we will never be separated. The human who killed you, I will definitely make him pay the price. Even if I can't kill him, I will kill everyone related to him." After Zhou Jie told the king of Bhutan about the poisoning in the kingdom of Bhutan, Zhou Jie and the other two stayed in the Luca city at the border of the kingdom of Bhutan for 2 days. Zhou Jie would spend a large amount of his soul energy to search the entire kingdom of Bhutan from time to time, hoping to find the culprit. However, there was no result. Out of desperation, Zhou Jie could only choose to wait for a while longer. Of course, he would not wait forever. At most, he would wait for another week. If there was still no trace of the culprit in the kingdom of Bhutan, he planned to go to the Li Kingdom and the Mountain Kingdom to take a look. As for the places further away, he could not care less. Fortunately, on the 6th day of Zhou Jie's wait in the kingdom of Bhutan, after the queen of myriad demons left the 100,000 mountains, she first went to the sky above the Mountain Kingdom. She sensed the situation in the Mountain Kingdom and found that more than 80% of the people in the Mountain Kingdom had died from her poison. While she was satisfied, she went to the palace of the mountain city and looked for Yu Kaiji. "I have a question for you. Have any experts visited your mountain city recently?" The queen of myriad demons asked directly as soon as she appeared. Yu Kaiji was almost scared to death. When he heard the question, he subconsciously wanted to say no. However, when he thought of Zhou Jie, he was stunned. No. However, in the end, Yu Kaiji was afraid that the queen of myriad demons was here for Zhou Jie. Therefore, after hesitating, he lied. However, Yu Kaiji did not expect the queen of myriad demons to snort coldly after hearing his answer. She said, "If no, then all of you can go to hell." In an instant, Yu Kaiji's face changed drastically. He felt the terrifying pressure that the queen of myriad demons suddenly released. In order to save his life, he had no choice but to shout loudly, "Wait, I remember now. There is. Hearing this, the queen of myriad demons could not help but retract her pressure. Her sharp gaze shot towards Yu Kaiji, intending to ask. Yu Kaiji was flustered, but he forced himself to calm down and said, "I will tell you, senior. Please let me live." However, the queen of myriad demons said coldly, "You have no right to negotiate with me. If you speak, you may still live. If you don't, you will die right now. If your words are useless, you still have to die." Hearing this, Yu Kaiji could not help but sweat. He gritted his teeth and told the truth, "Fine. There was indeed an expert who came to my place a few days ago. His strength was far above mine. He was definitely a shattering void tier elite. He had short black hair and was dressed very strangely. He was wearing black clothes that looked like night clothes. There was a woman and a child beside him. They were all dressed very strangely." Hearing Yu Kaiji's words, the queen of myriad demons was overjoyed. She hurriedly asked, "Where is that person now?" Yu Kaiji braced himself and replied, "I do not know. He was still in my city a few days ago. He might have left now. However, he might still be in Mountain Nation or the nearby Li Nation." After Yu Kaiji finished speaking, he felt that he was about to face the trial of death. He was so nervous that he could not even breathe properly. However, at this moment, Yukaiji suddenly felt the pressure around him disappear. When he raised his head again, he realized that the Queen of Myriad Demons was no longer there. Chapter 323. Anyang Inn, Anyang City, Li Kingdom. This was Zhou Jie's 7th day in Anyang City. When Zhou Jie was meditating in his room, Kakashi suddenly broke in and shouted before entering, "Jocko, come and eat. This time, Miss Shui personally made soup." "Okay." Zhou Jie responded and ended his meditation, preparing to eat with Kakashi and Ling Shui. Recently, Ling Shui had been addicted to cooking and had cooked for 3 consecutive days. Zhou Jie would never miss the dishes cooked by Ling Shui. They were indeed delicious. Today, less than 80% of the original population of Anyang City survived, and this was under the condition that Zhou Jie treated thousands of people every day. Because Zhou Jie found that people who were poisoned would be more poisoned as time passed, it took Zhou Jie more than 10 minutes to remove the poison without hurting the body. Depending on the individual's physique, the time between poisoning and death was 2 to 4 days. Only a few cultivators could think of ways to live for 5 or even 6 days. However, it was precisely because Zhou Jie had treated so many people in Anyang City that the 3 of them didn't need to spend money to stay in the inn now. Moreover, it was completely no problem for Ling Shui to use the inn's kitchen to cook. "Come, taste my stewed black-bone chicken soup." Soon after Zhou Jie sat down, he saw Ling Shui hurriedly walk out from the door of the backyard of the inn with a stew pot and said. At this time, Zhou Jie's table was against the front wall of the backyard, very close to the door, and there was a curtain separating other tables. It could be regarded as a VIP seat. "Black-bone chicken soup? There's black-bone chicken here?" After Ling Shui put down the stew pot in front of the table, Zhou Jie couldn't help but ask in confusion. When Ling Shui heard the question and was about to answer, Zhou Jie's expression suddenly changed, and he almost slapped the table and stood up. "There's a situation, the 2 of you wait here for me." Before his words fell, Zhou Jie had already disappeared from the inn. At the same time, thousands of meters above Anyang City, the Queen of 10,000 Demons transformed into her true form and flew all the way from Li Nation. She planned to look for Zhou Jie in Bhutan Nation. The Queen of 10,000 Demons was worried that Zhou Jie would not be able to detect her presence, so she released her aura to the ground. Although ordinary people would not be able to detect it, cultivators above the Star Lord level could. For Zhou Jie, the aura was even more sensitive. When Zhou Jie sensed the aura of the Queen of 10,000 Demons, he immediately informed Kakashi and Lin Sanjiu about it. Then, he decided to meet up with the Queen of 10,000 Demons. Since the Queen of 10,000 Demons was looking for Zhou Jie, how could Zhou Jie not be waiting for the person who poisoned him? Now that the Queen of 10,000 Demons had suddenly shown up with great fanfare, there was no way that Zhou Jie would let her go. Therefore, Zhou Jie and the Queen of 10,000 Demons met in the air a few seconds later. When Zhou Jie saw the enormous snake body of the Queen of 10,000 Demons and sensed the aura it was emitting, he estimated that the Queen of 10,000 Demons was probably at the same level as him, at least in terms of cultivation. This made Zhou Jie wonder why such a powerful being would pass by this place. On the other side, the Queen of 10,000 Demons sensed Zhou Jie's presence and stopped flying about 1,000 meters away from Zhou Jie. When she saw Zhou Jie clearly, she was instantly enraged. At the same time, her murderous aura surged out uncontrollably. "Human, you really are here. I've been looking for you for a long time." The Queen of 10,000 Demons was furious. At the same time, she released her murderous aura towards Zhou Jie without hiding it at all. Zhou Jie could not help but be stunned when he heard this. He did not know the Queen of 10,000 Demons, so he naturally did not think that she was the wife of the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape. After all, it had only been a few days. Naturally, Zhou Jie did not expect the Queen of 10,000 Demons to come to him so quickly. However, just when Zhou Jie was confused, the Queen of 10,000 Demons continued, "You killed my husband. I want you to die with my husband." Therefore, Zhou Jie immediately realized what was going on and asked subconsciously, "You're the Queen of 10,000 Demons?" Faced with Zhou Jie's question, the Queen of 10,000 Demons did not confirm it. Instead, she chose to attack right away. "Die!" the Queen of 10,000 Demons shouted. She opened her mouth and spat out a colorful whirlwind that was hundreds of meters long. It was as if the whirlwind was going to tear the atmosphere apart as it charged towards Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie had no choice but to react quickly. With a flip of his palm, a fire formation was formed. It quickly covered a radius of hundreds of miles. At the same time, a fire dragon was formed and devoured the Queen of 10,000 Demons, colorful poison whirlwind. Seeing this, the Queen of 10,000 Demons could not help but secretly sigh at Zhou Jie's terrifying strength. She was afraid that she would not be able to take revenge easily. However, as she was eager to take revenge, she was not willing to retreat just like that. She quickly whipped her snake tail, causing an even more terrifying gust of wind to engulf the fire dragon formed by Zhou Jie's formation. It looked as if it was going to tear the fire dragon apart. Seeing this, Zhou Jie was not flustered at all. He already knew that the Queen of 10,000 Demons was not as powerful as the celestial Emperor Demonic Ape. Naturally, she would not be a match for him. It was just that the Queen of 10,000 Demons had a unique way of using poison that he had to be careful of. Moreover, when Zhou Jie saw the Queen of 10,000 Demons spitting out the colorful poison whirlwind, he knew that the culprit that he was looking for was undoubtedly the Queen of 10,000 Demons. Therefore, in the face of such a cruel Queen of 10,000 Demons, Zhou Jie did not have the slightest bit of sympathy for her. He decided to kill the Queen of 10,000 Demons to prevent any future trouble. 6 Pulses Godly Sword, go! Seeing that he could not gain the upper hand by controlling the fire formation, Zhou Jie immediately launched a strong attack. The flying sword formation pierced through the air like a meteor, causing the atmosphere to wail in pain. Even though they were a few thousand meters away, the shock waves caused by the battle between Zhou Jie and the Queen of 10,000 Demons still affected the residents of Anyang City. Even Ling Shuer, who was in the inn further away, could feel the shock waves caused by the battle. Her expression immediately changed. "Kakashi, there's a huge shock wave from the battle outside. It seems like Jocko is fighting with someone?" Ling Shuer could not help but feel a little worried. However, Kakashi did not seem to mind. He took another sip of the chicken soup, smacked his lips, and said, "It's fine. Jocko is invincible. As long as it's not a celestial emperor, Jocko can deal with it. Since Jocko did not bring us away, the opponent is definitely not a celestial emperor. So, it's a piece of cake for Jocko." You're right." Hearing this, Ling Shuer felt that it made sense. She did not know why, but she could not help but smile. In the sky, Zhou Jie attacked the Queen of 10,000 Demons with the 6 Pulses Godly Sword. The Queen of 10,000 Demons could not resist at all. However, Zhou Jie also realized that the Queen of 10,000 Demons' speed was extremely fast. It was even faster than his lightning haste. No matter how his flying sword chased after her, the Queen of 10,000 Demons was always able to dodge most of the flying sword's power and easily deflect it. Left with no choice, Zhou Jie decided to combine the power of the Grand Fiery Formation and change the moves of his flying sword to attack the Queen of 10,000 Demons again. However, the Queen of 10,000 Demons was not stupid. When she saw Zhou Jie changing the moves of his flying sword and the Grand Fiery Formation rapidly gathering energy, she knew that something was wrong. She made a prompt decision. She opened her mouth and spat out a ray of light before quickly retreating. The speed of the Queen of 10,000 Demons' retreat was extremely fast. Zhou Jie's flying sword changed its move in an instant. However, it was too late for him to chase after her. He had no choice but to cut off the ray of light that the Queen of 10,000 Demons used to attack him, and gave up on pursuing her. She's so good at escaping. No wonder she dared to attack me after knowing that I was the one who killed the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape. She must be trying to test me, Zhou Jie thought to himself. He then turned around and flew back to the Anyang Inn. Zhou Jie had only left for about a minute. When Ling Shui saw that Zhou Jie had returned so quickly, she recalled the battle waves that she had sensed earlier. She quickly asked Zhou Jie what had happened earlier. Kakashi naturally asked as well. When Zhou Jie heard the question, he did not plan to hide the truth. He replied, "When we were in the 100,000 mountains, we encountered 3 extremely powerful ferocious beasts. After that, I joined forces with 2 other ferocious beasts and killed the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape. Just now, the Queen of 10,000 Demons, the wife of the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape, came to seek revenge." When Ling Shui heard that, her face turned pale. She quickly asked Zhou Jie what had happened earlier. Zhou Jie replied, "The Queen of 10,000 Demons is no match for me. However, she's very good at escaping. I let her escape when I wasn't paying attention. Also, I found out that she was the one who poisoned me. When she attacked me, her attack was laced with poison." After saying that, Zhou Jie paused. He looked at Ling Shui and continued, "I'm afraid that the Queen of 10,000 Demons will harm you. Therefore, it's better for us to avoid her. If she continues to harm the world, I'll find another opportunity to deal with her. Perhaps I won't even have to do anything. There will be other powerful human beings who will deal with her." A few minutes later, Zhou Jie and the other 2 were having their meal in the Anyang Inn. Zhou Jie planned to leave Bhutan after the meal. He wanted to avoid the Queen of 10,000 Demons first before making further plans. However, what Zhou Jie did not expect was that while they were having their meal, the Queen of 10,000 Demons, who had disguised herself as an ordinary woman, was monitoring them through a snake-shaped jade in her hand in an antique shop near the Anyang Inn. It turned out that when the Queen of 10,000 Demons had retreated, the ray of light that she had spat out contained the energy of the snake-shaped jade. This snake-shaped jade was a treasure of laws. As long as one came into contact with its law energy, they would be able to use it to track their target. In fact, they could even use it to sense their target without being detected. After discovering that Zhou Jie and Kakashi were by his side, the Queen of 10,000 Demons inwardly made up her mind. "Humph, human, so there's someone you care about by your side. Since this queen can't kill you right now, I'll let you experience the pain of losing your friends and family." After thinking about it for a short while, the Queen of 10,000 Demons could not wait to let Zhou Jie taste pain and decided to immediately attack. The 7 souls of the sacred snake, even an Emperor Heaven Realm expert would not be able to neutralize its poison. The Queen of 10,000 Demons immediately took action. She took out a light green semi-transparent pearl and smashed it through the walls of the antique shop. She then charged into the Anyang Inn after passing through more than 10 walls. Zhou Jie naturally sensed the Queen of 10,000 Demons' movement the moment she smashed into the wall. At that time, he did not even have time to react. He immediately flashed behind Ling Shui and faced the Queen of 10,000 Demons head-on. Chapter 324. The Queen of 10,000 Demons charged at Su Ke ferociously. She did not care about the mortals around her at all. The power she unleashed shattered most of the objects within a few hundred meters of her. Zhou Jie knew that he would not be able to take care of the mortals around him when he was fighting the Queen of 10,000 Demons. Therefore, he did not care about the mortals around him. Instead, he unleashed the 6th transformation of the Star's transformation. Dong! As the Queen of 10,000 Demons was charging at Zhou Jie, she could not dodge the attack at all. Therefore, she took the full brunt of Zhou Jie's kick. The Queen of 10,000 Demons thought that she had the advantage in a surprise attack. Moreover, her physical strength was much stronger than Zhou Jie's. Therefore, she could definitely injure Zhou Jie in close combat. However, Zhou Jie had cultivated the 9 transformations of the stars. His physical strength had reached an unimaginable level. He was even stronger than the celestial emperor demonic ape. Therefore, how could the Queen of 10,000 Demons defeat him? Therefore, the strength of Zhou Jie's kick sent the Queen of 10,000 Demons flying back to her original form. The Queen of 10,000 Demons in her original form was thousands of meters long. However, she was sent flying hundreds of meters away by Zhou Jie's kick. The buildings along the way were flattened, and countless mortals were killed or injured. Seeing this, Zhou Jie could not help but frown. The battle between him and the Queen of Myriad Demons in Anyang City was simply a nightmare for Anyang City. No matter how careful he was, Anyang City would not be able to avoid being destroyed because of this. However, Zhou Jie did not have time to think about this. The Queen of 10,000 Demons had already flown back to her. She opened her mouth and spat out a colorful poisonous wind at Zhou Jie, blocking his vision. Originally, Zhou Jie could have dispelled the Queen of 10,000 Demons' poisonous gas with the Li Fire formation. However, since he was in Anyang City, he had to be careful. Therefore, he immediately set up an energy shield to protect himself and Kakashi. The Queen of 10,000 Demons quickly approached Zhou Jie under the cover of the poisonous gas. She circled around Zhou Jie and shook her body. Whoosh, 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 in an instant, countless gigantic scales that were shining with colorful light shot out from the surface of the Queen of Myriad Demons' body. They split into 3 groups and shot toward Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie's priority was to protect Leng Shuer. Without any hesitation, he manipulated the 6 Meridians bracelet, and the 6 swords turned into a dazzling light net that covered dozens of meters around him, mincing the scales that were shooting at him into nothingness. However, the Queen of 10,000 Demons had only used her scales to attack Zhou Jie. She had yet to unleash her true attack, but she had already identified the opportunity. In the blink of an eye, the Queen of 10,000 Demons unleashed all the energy that she had gathered in her body. A dark green light beam was shot out from her mouth and hit Zhou Jie and his companions directly below her. The Queen of 10,000 Demons' attack was indeed powerful. At that time, Zhou Jie's senses were severely affected by the poisonous mist and the attack of the scales. Therefore, he could not react in time. Therefore, when the light beam came down on him, Zhou Jie's expression changed. He immediately leaped into the sky and surrounded his body with astral energy. He mainly relied on his physical strength to resist the light beam. Boom! The impact of the collision was so terrifying that Anyang City was reduced to nothingness in an instant. Even so, Zhou Jie did not forget to protect Kakashi and Leng Shuer and push the impact away. However, the Queen of 10,000 Demons had been waiting for this moment. She coiled her body around Zhou Jie and his companions. At that moment, Zhou Jie was still in midair. The Queen of 10,000 Demons took advantage of the chaos and swept her tail at Kakashi and Leng Shuer. If the Queen of 10,000 Demons' escaping speed was already impressive to Zhou Jie, then the speed of her tail was something that even Zhou Jie could not catch up with. However, Zhou Jie had sensed the Queen of 10,000 Demons' attack in advance. Shocked, he quickly counterattacked and tried to stop the Queen of 10,000 Demons' attack. If the tail hit Kakashi and his companions, Kakashi would be fine, but Leng Shuer would definitely be killed instantly. Boom! Zhou Jie pointed his finger at the Queen of 10,000 Demons and released a burst of energy that contained the law of plundering yin and yang. It slowed down the Queen of 10,000 Demons' attack and successfully intercepted it. When the attack collided with the tail was less than 10 meters away from Kakashi and Leng Shuer. However, even though the tail was knocked back by Zhou Jie, the impact of the collision was not something that Leng Shui could withstand. Immediately, she and Kakashi were sent flying. What happened next, however, made Zhou Jie's pupils contract. A faint light flashed and disappeared directly into Leng Shui's body. It was so fast that even Zhou Jie could not stop it. In fact, it was not because Zhou Jie's reaction was slow. It was because the 7 forms of the sacred snake was a special weapon that contained the law of poison. In terms of level, it could be considered an imperial weapon. However, Zhou Jie's level was not high enough to detect the law of imperial weapons. Therefore, he was slow to notice it. Seeing that Leng Shui was hit by an unknown attack, Zhou Jie thought that she was definitely going to die. He immediately went into a state of extreme anger. As the saying went, rage for a beauty. Zhou Jie's state of anger was not like most people's state of madness. Instead, he was extremely calm. However, in this state of calmness, Zhou Jie could only think of one thing, and that was to kill the Queen of 10,000 Demons. Boom! Zhou Jie exploded in an instant. He activated the 6 Pulses legendary sword and transformed it into a blazing white sword ray that was filled with extremely pure energy. At the same time, the energy in the heavens and the earth began to converge with each other, forming an oppressive force. His main target was the Queen of 10,000 Demons. When the Queen of 10,000 Demons saw that her attack was successful, she was about to feel proud. However, she suddenly realized that Zhou Jie had suddenly unleashed an oppressive force. She was shocked and knew that the situation was not good. Therefore, she immediately chose to retreat. However, Zhou Jie's furious attack would not allow the Queen of 10,000 Demons to escape so easily. Immediately, the Queen of 10,000 Demons was suppressed by the power of the heavens and the earth. She tried her best to escape, but her speed was much slower than before. Zhou Jie had only prepared his killer move for a second. When the Queen of 10,000 Demons finally reacted and began to escape, she had only flown a few hundred meters into the air. Zhou Jie activated his killer move at the right time. The blazing white sword ray and the power of the heavens and the earth combined to form a terrifying sword formation that covered an area of more than 100 miles. The sword formation charged toward the Queen of 10,000 Demons with an overwhelming force. This was Zhou Jie's strongest move other than the cycle of life and death. The moment he used this move, the heavens and the earth changed color. Any law field that was below the level of an imperial emperor would be crushed, leaving no room for the enemy to fight back. The Queen of 10,000 Demons was also shocked by Zhou Jie's move. While she was panicking, her survival instinct made her unleash all her strength. The scales on her body instantly turned dark purple. Her body also shrunk significantly to reduce the surface area under the attack and increase her resistance against the attack. The reason why she did not transform into her human form was that her human form would restrict her strength. Therefore, in a life-and-death battle like this, the Queen of 10,000 Demons always transformed into her true form. Boom! At the moment of the collision, the sky seemed to have been flattened. A huge hole was pierced through the clouds and scattered in all directions. The Queen of 10,000 Demons let out a cry and rolled away at an even faster speed. Soon, she was nowhere to be seen. Zhou Jie immediately kept his sword and calmed the waves on the battlefield at the same time. He did not choose to pursue the Queen of 10,000 Demons. Firstly, he was not confident that he could catch up with her in the current situation. Secondly, he originally thought that he could kill the Queen of 10,000 Demons with one move. Unfortunately, the power of his move was still not enough. He only managed to severely injure the Queen of 10,000 Demons. However, when Zhou Jie kept his sword, he sensed that Leng Shui's aura was still there. He was pleasantly surprised. Immediately, he turned around and flew down to Kakashi and Leng Shui. It turned out that when Kakashi and Ling Shui were swept away by the aftershock, Kakashi stood in front of Ling Shui. Moreover, the aftershock itself was not strong enough to kill Ling Shui. Therefore, Ling Shui was only slightly injured. However, Zhou Jie was curious about the ray of light that entered Ling Shui's body. Therefore, he immediately asked Ling Shui about her physical condition. At the same time, he had no choice but to check on Ling Shui's body. "I'm fine, Jocko." Ling Shui saw that Zhou Jie was worried about her. Although her injuries were not light, she could heal herself very quickly. Therefore, she did not want Zhou Jie to worry about her. Therefore, she said so. At this time, Zhou Jie had also finished checking on Ling Shui's body. At that time, he could not help but be stunned. This was because he did not find where the ray of light that entered Ling Shui's body went. However, Zhou Jie did feel that the ray of light had entered Ling Shui's body. Zhou Jie did not believe that the Queen of 10,000 Demons would do something for no reason. In fact, no one would do something for no reason. However, where did the ray of light go? "Are you really not feeling unwell? I mean, other than the injuries caused by your injuries?" Zhou Jie thought for a while and asked again. This time, it was Ling Shui's turn to be puzzled. She did not know that the ray of light had entered her body. Therefore, she was very curious why Zhou Jie did not care about her injuries and asked about other things instead. However, since Zhou Jie asked this, Ling Shui still carefully sensed her body and tried to activate the energy in her body. However, at this time, Ling Shui suddenly felt a little dizzy. It was as if countless lights and shadows flashed past her eyes. Among them, there were many images, most of which were about Zhou Jie. Therefore, Ling Shui unconsciously exclaimed. Her body trembled slightly, and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Kakashi's eyes were sharp and his hands were agile. He hugged her thigh. Seeing this, Zhou Jie could not help but be shocked. "Shui, what's wrong?" At this time, the lights and shadows in front of Ling Shui's eyes disappeared. The dizziness also disappeared. Therefore, she was puzzled for a second, shook her head and said, "Nothing, it's just so strange. Just now, it seemed like... No, it seemed like my imagination. What happened to me just now?" Seeing Ling Shui like this, Zhou Jie finally frowned. He knew that Ling Shui's sudden change must be related to that ray of light. However, the question was, what was that ray of light? Also, why did he not notice it? Chapter 325. Zhou Jie couldn't help but ask Ling Shui, "What did you say just now? What did you see?" Ling Shui suddenly frowned when Zhou Jie asked her again. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Jocko, I think I lost control of my soul." "What did you say?" Zhou Jie couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this and blurted out subconsciously. Ling Shui tried to control her own energy again, but she realized that after the dizziness, her soul power seemed to have regressed to the level of an ordinary person. She couldn't even release her soul power, so naturally, she lost all her senses. Ling Shui's face was filled with panic as she said, "It's true. Jocko, I suddenly lost all my senses, and I can't use the energy in my body." Zhou Jie immediately realized something when he heard that. However, he thought that the battle between him and the Queen of Demons might have attracted outsiders, so he looked around the ruins of Anyang City and said, "We can't stay here for long, let's find a place to hide first." After saying that, Zhou Jie directly took Kakashi and Ling Shui into the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon, at the foot of a mountain about 500 miles away from Anyang City. Zhou Jie was doing a further check on Ling Shui. "How did this happen? Can't you find the reason?" Zhou Jie checked on Ling Shui's condition for a while and suddenly asked in confusion. It turned out that Zhou Jie had already discovered that Ling Shui's soul power was weakening. Not only that, her brain was weakening as well, but the speed was extremely slow. If it weren't for Zhou Jie's keen senses, he wouldn't have noticed it. However, Zhou Jie couldn't detect the reason for the weakening of Ling Shui's soul power and brain at all, which was why Zhou Jie was so surprised. "How is it, Jocko?" Ling Shui asked after seeing Zhou Jie's reaction. She couldn't help but worry about herself. Kakashi watched from the side for a while and couldn't help but facepalm as he said, "Jocko, is Miss Shui going to die? Don't scare me." Zhou Jie couldn't help but frown. Although he knew that Kakashi was just saying it casually, according to his diagnosis, if Ling Shui's slow brain failure continued, it would inevitably lead to her death. However, after much hesitation, Zhou Jie decided to tell her the truth. "Shui, you might have been affected by the Queen of the 10,000 Demons. I don't know why, but your soul power is constantly deteriorating, and so is your brain. The rate at which your cells are deteriorating is much faster than the rate at which they are regenerating. I think that if this continues, you might not live for more than a few months." In fact, Zhou Jie didn't know how long Ling Shui could live according to the rate of brain failure. He was already being tactful when he said that she couldn't live more than a few months. Hearing Zhou Jie's words, before Ling Shui could react, Kakashi exclaimed in surprise, "What? Is Miss Shui really going to die?" "No, I can't bear to, Jocko, hurry up and think of a way to save Miss Shui." Although Zhou Jie knew that Kakashi's reaction was due to watching too many movies, TV series, and anime, he didn't feel that it was fake at all. He said, "I know, give me some time, I still can't find the reason for this. I'll try to stop it." "Jocko." Ling Shui was about to say something when Zhou Jie interrupted her. "Shui, close your eyes and relax." Hearing Zhou Jie's words, Ling Shui suddenly felt as if her brain had been electrocuted. She quieted down in an instant. Ling Shui realized that this was the first time that Zhou Jie had spoken to her in such a warm tone. Then Ling Shui came back to her senses and replied blankly, "Okay, so." Ling Shui sat on a rock and closed her eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Jie came to Ling Shui's side and put one hand on her shoulder. He directly transferred a stream of pure energy into her body and continued to check the condition of her soul with his soul power. This time, Zhou Jie lasted for more than half an hour. Kakashi was almost dozing off. Zhou Jie suddenly put his hand on Ling Shui's shoulder. How could this be? Zhou Jie was puzzled and frowned. Obviously, his treatment failed and he didn't even have a clue. At this time, Ling Shui opened her eyes. Seeing Zhou Jie's expression and hearing Zhou Jie's words, she immediately knew that her condition was very serious. She couldn't help but feel a little sad, but she didn't want Zhou Jie to worry too much, so she said, "It's okay, Jocko. I feel fine now. At most, I've become an ordinary person. Well, actually, my body is still much stronger than ordinary people." Ling Shui said the last sentence with a forced smile. Hearing this, Zhou Jie couldn't relax at all because he knew that in such a situation, he was afraid that he really had no choice but to watch Ling Shui die. That was an extremely painful thing for him. As for why it was so painful, Zhou Jie didn't think about it carefully. He only knew that he had a very strong desire at this moment, and that was to not let Ling Shui die. Queen of 1,000 Monsters. Zhou Jie's face suddenly darkened and he muttered the name subconsciously. Then, he said to Ling Shui, "Don't worry, I'll bring you up to the 9 heavens and find an Imperial Emperor to save you. An Imperial Emperor will definitely have a way. But before that, Kakashi, you and Shui go into the ship and wait for me," Zhou Jie suddenly said. He then released the ship and signaled Kakashi and Ling Shui to get on the ship. "I'm going to the realm of 6 paths." Zhou Jie transmitted his voice to Kakashi. Then, he took out the 6 paths world and disappeared almost instantly. In the 6 paths pagoda, Zhou Jie met with Zhou Tianwu and asked him about Ling Shui's condition. After listening to Zhou Jie's description, Zhou Tianwu thought for a moment and said, "In this situation, your friend is probably poisoned by a soul poison. This soul poison is very special. It requires at least an imperial emperor who is proficient in the soul Dao to cure her. As for whether it can be cured, it depends on how strong the soul poison is. But according to your description, your friend's soul poison isn't acute, so it shouldn't be hard to cure her. Then what should I do to cure her? Should I ask Senior Jihuan for help?" After listening to Zhou Tianwu's words, Zhou Jie calmed down and asked hurriedly. However, Zhou Tianwu shook his head and said, "With our cultivation level, even if we don't understand the soul Dao, we can easily cure her. But we can't go out. Your friend doesn't have the bloodline of the Zhou clan or the mark recognized by the sacred land, so she can't enter here. So we can't help you. I'm afraid your highness can only ask the imperial emperors in the outside world for help. Or maybe you can ask Senior Jihuan. Maybe there's a way." After hearing this, Zhou Jie, who had just let out a sigh of relief, "Okay, I'll ask Senior Jihuan." In response to Zhou Tianwu's suggestion, he could only say, "Okay, I'll ask Senior Jihuan." Therefore, Zhou Jie went to the Divine Soul Dao Pagoda and met Zhou Jihuan. After Zhou Jie explained his intentions to Zhou Jihuan pondered for a few seconds before saying, "Your Highness, I'm afraid that you really can only find an Empyrean realm cultivator in the outside world for help. Although I have a way to let you learn the method to cure the soul poison, your Highness has never set foot in this field before. It will take a very long time to learn it. If your friend can't even live for a month, then even if your Highness is a genius, it will be difficult for you to learn the method to cure the poison in time." After receiving Zhou Jihuan's reply, Zhou Jie seemed to have lost some of his soul in an instant. He was stunned there for a long time, but in the end Zhou Jie came back to his senses and nodded. "I understand. Thank you, Senior. I'll think of a way myself." When Zhou Jie entered the control room of Kakashi, he saw Kakashi take out a pile of snacks and put them in front of Ling Shui. He continuously picked up a few of them and asked Ling Shui if she wanted to eat, but Ling Shui kept shaking her head and saying, "No. Kakashi, I really don't want to eat. You can eat by yourself. Jocko is here," Ling Shui said at this time. Her voice was much weaker than usual, but her face looked normal. If Zhou Jie didn't know about her physical condition, he would even think that she was fine. Jocko. Do you want to eat?" Kakashi turned around and saw Zhou Jie and asked awkwardly. Zhou Jie knew that Kakashi usually couldn't bear to eat these snacks. If Ling Shui wasn't in trouble, he probably wouldn't have taken them out, so he shook his head. "I don't want to eat. You can keep them for yourself." Then Zhou Jie looked at Ling Shui, walked over, and said at the same time, "Shui, you should have been poisoned by a kind of soul poison, which is the soul poison. You must find an imperial emperor to treat you. There's no time to lose. We'll go up to the 9 heavens and find an imperial emperor to cure you." "Only an imperial emperor can cure me?" Ling Shui's countenance instantly turned pale when she heard Zhou Jie speak with such certainty, and the trace of hope she had was obliterated. She couldn't help but look at Zhou Jie and ask, "But there are so few imperial monarchs. Moreover, would they be willing to lend me a hand?" In response, Zhou Jie went silent for a few seconds. Then, he looked at Ling Shui calmly and said, "Don't worry. I naturally have a way to get an imperial emperor to save you." Then, Zhou Jie turned to Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, pilot the flying ship. Let's go up to the 9 heavens at the fastest speed." Hearing Zhou Jie's instructions, Kakashi was stunned. He originally wanted to remind Zhou Jie that using the flying ship to fly in the myriad ancient sacred world might be dangerous. But when he thought of Ling Shui's situation, Kakashi immediately responded, "Yes, Jocko. Then, the flying ship was activated. It was directly activated to the maximum speed of the space jump, and flew towards the sky at an angle of almost 90 degrees. P.S. The space jump will lead to the subspace layer. The speed of the flying ship there is at least a few hundred times the speed of light. Without knowing the difference between the spatial laws of the myriad ancient sacred world and the outside world, it is not easy to enter the subspace layer. Chapter 326. It took Zhou Jie and the other two nearly 3 hours to descend from the 9th heaven to the surface. Now that they were riding on the Kaji, their speed was several times faster, and they arrived at the 9th heaven in less than half an hour. However, after reaching the 9th heaven, the resistance on the Kaji was too great, and it consumed a terrifying amount of energy to maintain flight. Therefore, Zhou Jie brought Kakashi and the other two out of the spaceship, forcefully isolating an energy-stable space and putting the Kaji back into the spatial ring. If the target object was strongly disturbed, the spatial law power contained in the spatial ring would not be able to retrieve the target object. Then, Zhou Jie protected Kakashi and the other two as they ascended until they left the milky white energy storm area. Zhou Jie raised his head and looked at the azure sky that seemed to be chaotic. He looked around again and found that there was no black land around him like before. He couldn't help but frown and feel a little at a loss. As Zhou Jie did not know the true height of the 9th heaven, he could not see the surrounding land. After thinking for a moment, he continued to fly up with Kakashi and the other two, constantly approaching the azure sky that seemed to be chaotic. However, after Zhou Jie flew up for tens of thousands of meters, he gradually sensed the terrifying pressure from the azure chaos. This woke him up and he immediately stopped approaching. At this moment, Kakashi seemed to be trembling as he said, "Jocko, that seems to be the world wall. If the life forms of this world approach it, they will be killed by the heavenly punishment of this world. Although we are not life forms of this world, it seems like we can't shake this world wall." Hearing this, Zhou Jie could not help but wonder why you didn't say so earlier. However, he had never liked to complain, so he kept a straight face and flew down without saying a word. However, as he descended, Zhou Jie inadvertently caught a glimpse of an extremely faint outline in the distance. It seemed to be a continent, so he was immediately overjoyed and flew in that direction. After flying for who knew how many kilometers, Zhou Jie was able to see the continent clearly. It was not the black continent from before but a yellow land that looked like a lower realm. There were mountains, rivers, and vegetation on it, and it looked exactly like a lower realm. Zhou Jie brought Kakashi and the other two to land on that continent. Only then did Zhou Jie realize that even though this continent looked like a lower realm, the energy gathered here was more than 10 times denser. The space here was also much more stable, and some mortals with weaker constitutions would not be able to survive here. Zhou Jie did not care too much. He just wanted to ask someone if this was the 9 heavens and where he could find Emperor Heaven Realm experts. "I've sensed it, there are only a few auras of life in the surrounding hundreds of kilometers. Let's go take a look first." After Zhou Jie and the others, Zhou Jie and the other two people of heaven, heaven and earth, heavens, heaven and earth. Unfettered sect. The unfettered sect's sect master, Li Yao, had ascended to the 9 heavens celestial realm more than 400 years ago. He had established a sect at the border of the celestial realm and named it Unfettered. The unfettered sect had been established for more than 400 years and had experienced many great storms. In the end, it had gained a foothold in the celestial realm and became one of the major factions. Because of this, Li Yao had become a famous expert. It was just that in the past 100 years, he had put away his sharpness and had basically gone into seclusion. On this day, Li Yao was in the forbidden area behind the unfettered sect's back mountains, thinking hard about sword technique. He had tried many times but to no avail, and he could not help but shake his head and sigh. It was also at this time that Zhou Jie and Kakashi appeared almost silently in a place less than 3 meters in front of Li Yao. "Eh? Who are you?" Li Yao suddenly sensed something and looked up to see Zhou Jie and the others. He could not help but feel shocked and instinctively asked. Hearing Li Yao's question, Zhou Jie could not help but feel startled because he found that the other party's language was different from the language of the lower realms. Fortunately, the difference was not too great, and with Zhou Jie's comprehension ability, he quickly understood Li Yao's question. As such, Zhou Jie got straight to the point and said, "We came from the lower realms and have just ascended. We want to ask you if this is the 9 heavens?" Hearing Zhou Jie's question, Li Yao also understood and digested it for a while. After coming back to his senses, he nodded and said, "Yes, this is the 9 heavens celestial realm, and you guys have actually just ascended." As Li Yao spoke, he unconsciously glanced at Kakashi and Lu Zilong beside Zhou Jie. From his perception, Zhou Jie's strength was unfathomable, and had probably reached the late stage of the shattering void tier. He should have been able to ascend long ago, but Kakashi and Lu Zilong were very weak and far from reaching the conditions for ascension. However, considering Zhou Jie's strength, Li Yao did not feel that it was strange. Kakashi and Lu Zilong had only come up because he was curious why Zhou Jie had only just ascended. Zhou Jie naturally understood Li Yao's hidden meaning, but he did not want to explain too much, and did not even want to stay here for too long. Thus, he continued to ask, "Right, I came to ask you, in this celestial realm or the 9 heavens, where can I find Emperor Heaven tier elites?" "What? You want to find Emperor Heaven tier elites?" Hearing Zhou Jie's question, Li Yao was extremely shocked. Compared to Zhou Jie, who had come into contact with Imperial Emperor realm experts such as Safuli and Imperial Emperor Xueling, even though Li Yao also had the strength of a third-layer overlord region, he had only heard of Imperial Emperor realm experts and had never seen one. Zhou Jie and the others had just arrived in the 9 heavens, and they wanted to find Emperor Heaven tier elites, so he naturally felt extremely shocked. However, Zhou Jie did not care about Li Yao's shock and only asked, "Yes, do you know where I can find Emperor Heaven tier elites?" Hearing this, Li Yao hesitated for a few seconds before replying, "I only know of 5 Emperor Heaven realm experts. 3 of them are the legendary immortal Emperor Pangu of the Celestial Realm, the Nether Demon Dragon of the Demon World, and the 10,000 Tentacles King of the Demon God World. The other 2 are the Celestial Realm's Empress Heartless and Immortal Emperor 100 Slashes. However, I'm not sure where I can find them. I only know that Empress Heartless seems to be in a place called the Soundless Realm. P.S. The Celestial Emperor Demon Ape, Heaven-Piercing Giant, and the Gourd said that the Devil Beast World was called the Beast God World, because tens of thousands of years ago, the Beast God almost ruled over the Devil Beast World. However, to the people of the Celestial Realm, the Beast God World was still called the Demon God World." Hearing Li Yao's words, Zhou Jie could not help but frown. Even though Li Yao said that there were 5 Emperor Heaven realm experts, Zhou Jie did not consider the 3 Emperor ancestors, and Li Yao did not know much about the other 2. In other words, Empress Heartless seemed to be the only one he could find. However, just knowing that Empress Heartless was in the Soundless Realm was incredibly difficult to find. After all, Zhou Jie was completely unfamiliar with the Celestial Realm, and apart from asking for directions, he had no other way to find the Soundless Realm. As such, he needed to learn as much as possible from Li Yao. As such, Zhou Jie started to ask Li Yao about Empress Heartless. More than a minute later, Li Yao generously told Zhou Jie all the information he knew about the Heartless Empress. However, Zhou Jie could not help but have a headache after listening to it. It turned out that Li Yao had only heard about Empress Heartless from others and did not know where the Soundless Realm was. He did not even know the general direction. What was even worse was that the reason why Empress Heartless was called Heartless was because she was extremely cold and emotionless. Moreover, it was rumored that she had set up a test and said that those who passed the test could find her to fulfill a wish. However, it was not certain if she would be willing to help. It was said that many people had passed the test and met Empress Heartless. They had expressed their wishes, but they had been mercilessly rejected and chased away. For such a situation, Zhou Jie naturally had a headache because if he passed the test and Empress Heartless did not help him, then not only would he be embarrassed, but Leng Shuer would also be finished. However, after a short period of worry, Zhou Jie decided to make a Hail Mary effort. He was pressed for time and did not have time to find other options. Therefore, he could only ask Empress Heartless for help. As for whether Empress Heartless would be willing to help, Zhou Jie felt that he had a good chance of persuading her. After Zhuo Qiuhong gave the 10,000 beasts record to Zhou Jie believed that with an emperor weapon, it would not be a problem for Empress Heartless to just dispel the soul poison. However, Zhou Jie could not help but worry about another more fatal point. That was, if Empress Heartless could not dispel the soul poison in Leng Shuer's body, then Zhou Jie really could not do anything. After knowing all the information he could get, Zhou Jie immediately took his people and left the Xiaoyao faction. He only had about a month, so he did not want to waste any time. "Jocko, where are we going to find Empress Heartless?" Kakashi asked Zhou Jie as soon as they were on the road again. "I don't know, let me ask around first," Zhou Jie replied casually. Then, he thought of something and slowed down. He said to Kakashi, "Kakashi, why don't you go back to the space ring first? I have to take Shuer to find a doctor. You can stay outside." "Okay, I know." Kakashi heard that and understood immediately. He immediately became listless. Thus, Zhou Jie put Kakashi away and continued to take Leng Shuer to ask around. Just like that, Zhou Jie spent more than 5 days and went to 9 large factions that were not inferior to the Xiaoyao faction. He asked the leaders of these factions about Emperor Heaven Realm experts. In the end, none of these leaders had come into contact with Emperor Heaven Realm experts and had only heard about them. Moreover, the Emperor Heaven Realm experts they knew did not surpass the Emperor Heaven Realm expert. Only one of them mentioned the immortal Emperor 10,000 Swords, but he had already fallen. However, there was one thing that made Zhou Jie happy, and that was that he found out the general direction of the Soundless Realm from one of them. Chapter 327. After finding out where the Soundless Realm was, Zhou Jie rushed over as fast as he could, but he did not forget to ask about the Emperor, mainly Empress Heartless, and the Soundless Realm. After traveling for 6 days, Zhou Jie finally found out the exact location of the Soundless Realm from the leader of a sect. This made Zhou Jie overjoyed, but what made Zhou Jie feel even more relieved was that he found that he had not gone in the wrong direction and was not too far away from the Soundless Realm. During the 10 or so days in the celestial world, Zhou Jie had spent most of his time traveling, flying over millions of kilometers. This allowed Zhou Jie to have a decent understanding of the celestial world. He found that the celestial world's continents were all mountains and rivers, and there were almost no kingdoms or cities. Compared to the boundless celestial world, there were very few people in the celestial world. Most of them were gathered in sects and clans, and there were some villages and towns attached to them. The Carefree sect and the other dozens of factions that Zhou Jie had visited were all like this. However, things were different for the Soundless Realm. Because it was established by Emperor Heaven Realm experts, there were clear borders that were guarded by formations. This caused the environment inside and outside of the Soundless Realm to be very different. This was what Zhou Jie had heard from others. However, on the day that Zhou Jie was about to arrive at the Soundless Realm, when Zhou Jie was flying with Leng Shuer, he found that Leng Shuer's body had become dehydrated. This gave Zhou Jie a big fright because he had never thought that such a thing would happen. After all, with Ling Xuer's cultivation, she did not need to drink water. Moreover, it was not Zhou Jie's fault for not noticing it early on. Because Ling Xuer was a woman, Zhou Jie could not use his perception to check her body every few days. At the start, it had taken a few days for Zhou Jie to check her body a second time with Ling Xuer's approval. Recently, it had been once a day, and it had only been half a day since Zhou Jie had checked her last time. At that time, Ling Xuer's condition had been normal compared to ordinary people. Finding that Ling Xuer's body was dehydrated, Zhou Jie remembered that Ling Xuer had not drunk any water these days. Although Ling Xuer could not use the energy in her body, her energy was still there. Therefore, she did not need to eat in a short period of time, and her body would not feel hungry. Moreover, the water in her body was very little lost. This was the constitution that had been cultivated for a long time. It was like a new set of digestive system. As for most of the digestive system inherent in the body, most of its functions had been suspended. However, as Ling Xuer had not absorbed any energy for more than 10 days, the energy in her body had almost dissipated. At this time, the original life system in Ling Xuer's body began to play its original function. Therefore, Ling Xuer showed some symptoms of dehydration. However, due to the soul poison, her perception had been weakened day by day. Even if she felt some discomfort, she could not react. Therefore, except for feeling a little thirsty, she did not feel uncomfortable being dehydrated. In order not to disturb Zhou Jie, Ling Xuer did not tell Zhou Jie that she was thirsty. "You need to drink some water." Zhou Jie suddenly stopped and said to Ling Xuer, as he wrapped his arm around her slender waist. "Ah!" Ling Xuer was already in a somewhat confused state at this moment. Although she thought she was awake, she also seemed to be about to fall asleep. Therefore, when she heard Zhou Jie's words, she did not react immediately. Her brain's thinking speed was slower than ordinary people. Seeing this, Zhou Jie also realized this point. He was secretly distressed, but did not say anything more. He carried Ling Xuer and landed on the side of a large river. This was the only obvious water source nearby. Ling Xuer's soul was now so weak that she could not even walk properly. If she was not careful, she would fall down. Zhou Jie could only hold her waist and go to a lawn by the river. He directly controlled the law of earth element to create a hard mud backrest. After Ling Xuer lay down, Zhou Jie waved his hand and the river water not far away flew over and turned into a ball in his hand. The river water was not very clear, so Zhou Jie purified it and then carefully poured it into Ling Xuer's mouth. Ling Xuer was indeed very thirsty. She drank more than half a liter of water that Zhou Jie gradually poured into her mouth. "Do you want more?" Zhou Jie had not drunk water for so long that he did not even know the needs of ordinary people to drink water. He was afraid that drinking too much water at once would cause an accident, so he asked. But who would have thought that after a few seconds of silence, Ling Xuer's face suddenly turned red. While Zhou Jie was surprised, Ling Xuer suddenly said in a mosquito-like voice, "Jocko, you go away. I want to go to the toilet." At that time, Zhou Jie's heart was thunder. He had lived for hundreds of years, but it seemed to be the first time he encountered such an embarrassing thing. However, after a moment of panic, Zhou Jie wanted to help Ling Xuer directly expel the waste water in her body through her pores, but he was afraid that Ling Xuer would be embarrassed, so he hesitated and decided to let Ling Xuer solve it herself. Okay, I'll go away." With that, Zhou Jie got up and walked away. At the same time, he erected a mud wall between Ling Xuer and himself. After a while, Ling Xuer finished relieving herself and walked out from behind the wall a little shakily. Her face was still a little red. Zhou Jie did not think much of it and quickly went forward to help her. But the moment Ling Xuer's hand was held by Zhou Jie, her face suddenly darkened. Zhou Jie quickly noticed this and asked, "What's wrong, Shuer? Are you not feeling well?" Hearing this, Ling Shuer could not help but confide, "Jocko, I think I'm really going to become an ordinary person. In that case, I think I'll be a lot of trouble for you. If I don't shower, I'll stink. I still need to eat, drink, and… It's okay, don't say any more." Zhou Jie suddenly interrupted Ling Shuer. "I can use energy to help your body metabolize the waste. You don't have to worry so much. It's just… I'm sorry for offending you." Hearing Zhou Jie say, "I'm sorry for offending you," Ling Shuer could not help but blush. However, she was very happy in her heart. However, Ling Shuer was happy for only a few seconds. Suddenly, she thought of something and her expression darkened again. Then, she spoke in a much calmer voice, "It's okay, Jocko. For you, I don't care." Ling Shuer's sudden words also caused Zhou Jie to be stunned. His body froze on the spot, and even his hands that were supporting Ling Shuer trembled slightly. There was a long silence. In the end, Zhou Jie's throat rolled. He broke the silence and said, "Let's continue on our way. We'll reach the soundless realm soon." Hearing this, Ling Shuer's heart sank slightly. A faintly discernible feeling of sourness surged up. Zhou Jie deliberately did not pay attention to Ling Shuer. Therefore, he did not notice anything unusual about her. He took her hand and continued to fly toward the soundless realm. About an hour later, Zhou Jie saw a relatively low flatland in the distance. There were countless trees, but at first glance, they were all strangely withered and gray. Not far away, there were green mountains and clear waters. It was really abrupt and out of place. However, after Zhou Jie saw it, other than being a little surprised, he was more excited and happy. Because he knew that it was the soundless realm. "We're here," Zhou Jie said. With a burst of speed, he approached the edge of the soundless realm as if he was teleporting. In just a breath's time, he landed outside the border of the soundless realm with Ling Shuer. For the sake of safety, Zhou Jie did not directly fall into the soundless realm, because he had already sensed a circle of formations within the boundary of the soundless realm. The boundary was also very obvious. Outside the boundary, there was green grass like a carpet, and inside the boundary, there was a withered grayish-yellow world. "There's an array here. Wait for me to study it." Standing outside the border, Zhou Jie said to Ling Shuer. Then, he began to carefully sense the array in front of him. After all, it was a formation set up by an imperial monarch. Even though it seemed slightly crude because of the large area it covered, Zhou Jie didn't dare underestimate it in the slightest. After investigating and studying it for over 10 minutes, Zhou Jie had a rough understanding of the possible uses of the formation, and he confirmed that it wouldn't pose an extremely great threat to him. In this way, Zhou Jie was relieved and stepped into the soundless realm with Ling Shuer. However, as soon as he entered the soundless realm, Zhou Jie frowned. At the same time, he understood why the plants in the soundless realm were in a withered state. The oxygen content in the soundless realm was extremely low, and it was filled with the stench of rotting creatures. The environment could be said to be very bad. Therefore, Zhou Jie immediately made an energy shield to filter the dirty air before sucking it into the shield. Now that Ling Shuer was equivalent to an ordinary person, she could not bear such a bad environment. "Let's go find Empress Heartless. As long as we ask her to help, you should be saved." Zhou Jie held Ling Shuer's hand tightly and tilted his head to say to her. Ling Shuer was still sleepy at this moment. Hearing this, she nodded weakly and said weakly, "N." Seeing this, Zhou Jie knew that Ling Shuer would not be able to hold on for more than half a month. He tried his best to maintain his state of mind and then held Ling Shuer's hand as they flew forward at a low altitude. Zhou Jie did not fly very fast because he knew that the array here could detect energy fluctuations. If he made too much noise while flying, it might trigger the array. If this made Empress Heartless unhappy, the consequences were not something he dared to bear. Flying at a low altitude, Zhou Jie found that other than the withered forest, there were also mountains and rivers in the soundless realm. However, the mountains were barren, and the water was dead and did not flow. It was not until more than 10 minutes after entering the soundless realm that Zhou Jie realized why the soundless realm was called Soundless Realm. Everything in the soundless realm was silent, or it could be said that everything was dead. There were no animals or plants here, even the mountains and rivers were dead. Finally, I'm going back to school tomorrow. Chapter 328. After flying for a long time, Zhou Jie finally saw a huge building in the distance after going around a mountain. It was a base of dark silver stairs as high as a mountain. There was a house on the base, but because the base was too high, Zhou Jie could only see the outline of the house from his angle. That should be the place where the Heartless Empress lives. Zhou Jie was quite excited, but his voice was still very calm. Hearing this, Ling Shui nodded but did not say anything. She was still sleepy, and seemed to have lost interest in everything around her. Seeing this, Zhou Jie did not say anything more. He held Ling Shui's hand and flew to the top of the base of the stairs. But what Zhou Jie did not expect was that when he was about a kilometer away from the base, he felt a huge pressure, and the higher he went, the more terrifying the pressure was. Because he had to take care of Ling Shui, Zhou Jie needed more energy to resist the pressure. Soon, he felt it was strenuous, which made him frown. Then he thought that this should be the law set by the Heartless Empress to prevent people from flying directly to the top of the base. So in order to avoid offending her, Zhou Jie decided to fly down and try to go up the stairs. However, when Zhou Jie was about to land on the first step of the stairs, he heard a cold female voice. "Outsider, if you have a request for me, then let the 9,000 steps seal your cultivation. Come up to see me with a kowtow every step, otherwise, get out." After hearing this voice, Zhou Jie was a little stunned. He did not know whether this voice came from the power of the law or the Heartless Empress had just transmitted it to him. But since the Heartless Empress said so, it was obvious that this was the rumored test for the Heartless Empress. In the face of such a test, Zhou Jie hesitated for a moment. As the saying goes, a man has gold under his knees, and Zhou Jie was a monster. Although he was calm and not arrogant, he was very strong in his bones. It was too much to ask him to kowtow every step, not to mention to have his cultivation sealed. Ling Shui also heard the Heartless Empress voice transmission, and she suddenly sobered up a little. Then she could not help but look at Zhou Jie and say, "Jocko?" Zhou Jie looked at Ling Shui and knew why she called him. Zhou Jie immediately made up his mind, so he said to Ling Shui, "It's okay, saving you is more important." "You." Hearing Zhou Jie's words, Ling Shui wanted to say something, but in the end, her lips trembling, and she could only spit out one word. Zhou Jie didn't care about Ling Shui's actions. After walking to the side and putting Ling Shui on the ground, he summoned Kakashi. "What's wrong, Jocko?" Kakashi asked as soon as he came out, looking around curiously. Zhou Jie said, "Kakashi, we are now in the Soundless Realm. I want to go up to see the Heartless Empress. Take care of Shui for me." "Ah?" Kakashi was a little confused by Zhou Jie's words, but he knew that this was not the time to ask. He just needed to do as Zhou Jie said, so he agreed. Then Zhou Jie turned and walked up the stairs, stepping on the first step. The 9,000 steps were very high, more than 3,000 meters. As the name suggests, there were a total of 9,000 steps, so each step was about 1 foot high. The moment Zhou Jie stepped on the first step, he felt a force seeping into his body, trying to seal his cultivation. Zhou Jie only resisted subconsciously at first, but soon let nature take its course. His cultivation was sealed by the power of law contained in the 9,000 steps. Standing on the first step, Zhou Jie hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still chose to kneel down and kowtow on the second step. Because the 2 steps were about 1 foot high, he didn't need to lean forward too much. So even if the steps weren't very wide, he didn't need to shrink his body too much. Damn! When Kakashi saw Zhou standing on the steps for a few seconds, he actually knelt down and kowtowed. He was almost scared silly, so he immediately burst out curses. Then Kakashi couldn't help but ask Ling Xuer, What's going on, Miss Xuer? When Ling Xuer saw Zhou kneel down and kowtow, she was also greatly shocked. Tears blurred her eyes in an instant. When she heard Kakashi's question, she said with difficulty, in order to ask the heartless Empress for help, 1 step at a time, 1 step at a time, 1 kowtow at a time. Jocko, oh my god! Hearing this, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. When he turned around and saw Zhou had already reached the 5th step and kowtowed again, his heart was a little messy. After Zhou went up the steps, his 5 senses weren't much stronger than ordinary people's. In addition, his attention was focused on the kowtow, so he didn't pay attention to the conversation between Kakashi and Ling Xuer. He still went up the steps at a steady speed, kowtowed, got up, went up the steps again, and kowtowed again. He was meticulous like a robot. However, after going up dozens of steps, Zhou felt that the pressure on his body was obviously greater than before. However, although Zhou cultivation was sealed, his physical strength was still extremely terrifying. In fact, every time Zhou went up a step, the pressure around him would obviously increase for ordinary people. However, because of his physical strength, Zhou could clearly feel it after going up dozens of steps. At first, Zhou didn't care much about the increase in pressure around him. However, when he went up more than 1,000 steps, the pressure around him made Zhou feel that something was wrong. Although the pressure was far from unbearable for Zhou compared to the first step, the pressure at this time was already very huge. It was equivalent to hundreds of times the standard gravity, and the first step probably only had a few times the standard gravity. If the pressure at the 1,000th step increased by nearly 100 times, then the pressure at the 1,000th step was really unimaginable. However, since Zhou had already kowtowed to more than 1,000 steps, he naturally wouldn't turn back. What's more, this was related to Ling Xuer's death. Therefore, even if there were 10,000 more steps, Zhou would still choose to go up to the top. 1 step, 1 kowtow. Until he went up more than 6,000 steps, Zhou footsteps were still steady. Except for some darker color on his forehead, there was no injury. 7,000 steps. Zhou footsteps were still very steady, but when he landed, there was always a dull sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. However, Zhou kowtow was still very light. 8,000 steps. Zhou footsteps were a little slower. When he knelt, he chose to support himself with one hand on the ground first. However, even so, when his knees touched the ground, there was a dull sound. When he kowtowed, there was also a sound of collision. Walking up more than 8,000 steps, Zhou only felt that he was carrying several mountains on his back. Even with his strong body, he gradually felt tired. Moreover, with every step, Zhou needed to adapt to the increased pressure and stabilize his body. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he might fall down a few steps. The consequences would be very bad. Unable to use most of the energy in his body, Zhou's body began to sweat. Sweat kept dripping down and fell on the dozens of steps in a row. Soon it was flattened by the pressure. After another few hundred steps, Zhou's breathing began to become rapid and heavy. He even began to breathe slightly. Although this had little effect on the energy supply in his body, Zhou had to do it. Just as Zhou reached the 8,599th step, a shout suddenly came from not far behind him. Jocko, I'm here." Zhou immediately recognized this familiar voice and tone as Kakashi. This made him frown. I asked Kakashi to take care of Ling Xuer. Why did he come up? Wait, Zhou Jie suddenly realized something, and his expression became a little shocked. He turned his head and saw Kakashi flying in front of him. Huh! Kakashi, you can't feel the pressure here? Zhou Jie couldn't help but be surprised. He knew that with Kakashi's little strength, he definitely couldn't withstand the pressure around him unless the pressure was ineffective. In this regard, Kakashi directly answered, "Jocko, have you forgotten? I have the imprint of the Emperor's law left by my master. Jocko, the pressure you mentioned should be caused by the power of law, and it happened to be offset by my master's power." Zhou Jie suddenly understood when he heard this, but then realized that this was not the main point, so he continued to walk up while saying to Kakashi, "Didn't I ask you to take care of Schwerer? Why are you up here?" "Oh, Miss Schwerer was worried about you and insisted that I come up here to take a look, so there is a law on this step. That heartless Empress is really bad." Kakashi answered Zhou Jie's question and couldn't help but say again. As Kakashi spoke, Zhou Jie kowtowed again, stood up forcefully and said to Kakashi, "Okay, you can't help here. I'm fine, I'll be done soon. Go back and take care of Schwerer." "But, Jocko, I see that you are sweating, is the pressure here so great?" Kakashi saw the sweat on Zhou Jie's forehead rolling down to his cheeks and couldn't help but say. In this regard, Zhou Jie didn't want to say anything more and just replied, "It's okay, you can go down." Then he continued to kowtow. "How about this, Jocko? I'll go down and tell Miss Schwerer, and then come back to cheer you on." Kakashi really couldn't bear to let Zhou Jie go down alone, so he thought about it and said. Zhou Jie didn't comment, and his attention was back to the process of kowtowing on the steps. Seeing this, Kakashi took it as Zhou Jie's acquiescence, and immediately ran down. After Kakashi left, Zhou Jie kowtowed again, and his whole body lay there for a few seconds before he got up again and quickly walked up the step. Soon, he knelt down and kowtowed. His knees and forehead hit the ground so hard that it seemed to shake the steps. However, Zhou Jie didn't seem to feel the pain at all, and continued to kowtow in the same way for a few seconds, then suddenly exerted his strength and went up a step. Chapter 329. Zhou Jie did this to reduce the energy consumption of his body. Previously, he had been using his strength to resist the pressure, so he was very stable when he climbed the stairs. His speed was quite even, and when he knelt and kowtowed, he didn't make much noise. At this moment, Zhou Jie was mainly using his strength when he climbed the stairs, reducing the support he provided when he knelt and kowtowed. When he knelt, he also tried to relax as much as possible. This way, he could preserve his strength to the maximum extent, but he was in a sorry state. When Zhou Jie reached the 8,600 step, Kakashi ran up again and shouted to cheer for Zhou Jie. "Jocko, I'm cheering for you. Come, fight, let's go." Hearing Kakashi shouting in a messy language, Zhou Jie couldn't help but feel a little speechless, but he still ignored it. He didn't even care about his image in front of Kakashi, and still walked up in a sorry state. Kakashi didn't care how sorry Zhou Jie was. What he saw was only a tenacious and indomitable man, a real man. The only thing that disturbed the atmosphere was Kakashi's cheering, so Zhou Jie chose to completely ignore it. But later, Kakashi also realized that his constant cheering made the atmosphere very awkward, so he changed his way of saying, 8,909. 8,910. "Come on, Jocko, there are only 90 steps left." Kakashi shouted beside Zhou Jie, seeming to be suppressing his excitement and nervousness. Zhou Jie already felt extremely tired at this time, just like an ordinary person who had just finished a few kilometers of running, and after lying down, his body was so heavy that he didn't want to get up, or rather, it was difficult to get up. However, Zhou Jie's speed of climbing the stairs was still not slow. It was almost steadily climbing, but the rest time for each step was much longer. In fact, Kakashi also saw that Zhou Jie was unable to continue, so he used the method of reporting the remaining steps to encourage Zhou Jie, letting him clearly understand that the finish line was getting closer and closer. But in fact, Zhou Jie couldn't care less about what Kakashi said. All his energy was focused on the process of going up the stairs and kowtowing. He didn't even think about moving his lips. 8,999. Jocko, just 5 more steps. Kakashi stood at the top of the 9,000 steps and jumped excitedly. At this time, Zhou Jie was drenched, as if he had just been fished out of the water. The energy on his body disappeared the moment he went up the stairs. However, Zhou Jie was still wearing the netherworld armor, but the netherworld armor had long turned into shorts. On Zhou Jie's naked upper body, the muscles were twisted and mutated. Every blood vessel was so thick that it could be seen clearly, as if it could burst at any time. The last time Zhou Jie knelt and kowtowed, he almost completely fell down, but this was not the first time. Zhou Jie's knees and forehead were badly mutilated, and the wounds that had been broken and healed many times had turned dark. The last step. Zhou Jie felt that his soul power had been exhausted to the limit. Not only was his body trembling, but his head was also beginning to feel dizzy. Fortunately, the symptoms were not very serious. After silently stimulating himself in his heart, he finally made the last eruption, successfully stood up, and directly knelt on the platform at the top of the 9,000 steps. In an instant, Zhou Jie felt that the sealed energy and perception in his body had been removed. So, Zhou Jie's mind moved, and the energy in his body surged through his body like a tide. In the blink of an eye, his physical fatigue was eliminated, and his broken forehead and knees began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Oh, Jocko, you did it!" Kakashi saw that and exclaimed excitedly. Zhou Jie quickly stood up, cleaned his body, and changed his clothes. Then, he looked forward. But just as Zhou Jie was thinking about how to meet the Heartless Empress, the same cold female voice that he had heard before rang out again. "What do you want from this Empress?" Zhou Jie was overjoyed when he heard the voice, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he calmly said, "Junior's friend has been poisoned by a kind of soul poison. I hope the Empress can help him get rid of the soul poison." "You mean the little girl below? She's just your friend?" the Empress asked again, and for some reason, her voice seemed to be even colder. Although Zhou Jie was a little surprised by the Empress' second half of the sentence, he quickly answered, "Yes, I begged the Empress to help." However, the Empress' next answer stunned Zhou Jie. "No, you can take her away." The Empress' voice was cold and resolute. "What? Why not?" Zhou Jie was shocked and could not help but ask loudly. But in the end, the Heartless Empress gave Zhou Jie a straightforward answer: "Get lost." With just this one word, even Zhou Jie was directly shocked. This was because the Empress' words actually contained an extremely clear anger. This naturally shocked Zhou Jie, especially because he did not know why. In the face of an emperor-level powerhouse, no matter how proud Zhou Jie was or how angry he was, he could not do anything. This was because Zhou Jie was very clear about the difference between an emperor-level powerhouse and a suzerain. The difference was like the difference between clouds and mud. How powerful was Suffolk when he was a suzerain? He had single-handedly defeated Yin Tianshui, Zhuoqiuhong, and 5 other peak suzerains. But in the face of Emperor Jin Yan, who had just broken through, who was said to be the weakest emperor-level powerhouse, he was chased like a stray dog without any ability to fight back. Presently, even though Zhou Jie's strength was even stronger than Sulfuri before he broke through into the Imperial Monarch realm, when facing an Imperial Monarch, and especially an Imperial Monarch that wasn't at the weakest stage of the Imperial Monarch realm, had just broken through, he knew that he could only die if he attacked. But Kakashi had never seen such a nonsensical person as the Heartless Empress, and he couldn't stand Zhou Jie's ruthless rejection. He immediately said angrily, "Hey, what's the matter with you? You set a test and said you would help, but what happened? It's fine if you don't save her, but you don't even give a reason." When Zhou Jie heard Kakashi's words, which sounded like a question, he was shocked and his body tensed up. He was afraid that the Empress would be completely enraged and attack him. But he did not expect that after hearing Kakashi's words, the Empress sneered and actually gave an answer. As long as you pass the test, I, the Empress, can help anyone, but I won't help lovers in the world. You said she's just your friend, but how can there be such a friendship between a man and a woman that you're willing to help her pass my test?" Hearing the Empress's question, Zhou Jie could not help but be stunned. Kakashi, on the other hand, only felt that it was ridiculous. When he was about to say something, he suddenly remembered that the relationship between Leng Shuer and Zhou Jie was a little something. So he opened his mouth in anger and closed it again. At this time, the Empress said again, "Get lost, or don't blame me for making you go away." In fact, if it were any other time, the Empress would have most likely slapped Zhou Jie and the Empress. But the problem was that she had discovered the imprint of the Emperor's law on Kakashi's body. She was secretly shocked by the strength of the person who had planted the imprint and was worried about Kakashi's terrifying background. So she restrained herself from attacking him and even answered Kakashi's question in the face of his disrespect. "Jocko?" When Kakashi heard the Empress tell them to get lost again, the corners of his mouth twitched. But when he thought of the disparity between their strength, he could only hold back and look at Zhou Jie and ask. In response, Zhou Jie clenched his fists, but he still turned around and said, "Let's go." Hearing Zhou Jie's straightforward answer, Kakashi was also stunned. But when he thought that there was no other way, he could only follow Zhou Jie down the stairs. In fact, Zhou Jie was prepared to give the 10,000 beasts record to the Empress and ask her to help him. But the reason given by the Empress made him realize that even if he gave her the 10,000 beasts record, the Empress would definitely not help Leng Shuer detoxify the poison. Instead, it was very likely that she would directly take the 10,000 beasts record and even kill Zhou Jie and the other two. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Jie finally chose to turn around and leave directly. He did not make any more unnecessary requests. At the same time, in a house at the top of the 9,000 steps, a beautiful woman was taking a bath in the warm pool in the middle of the house. She was the Empress Heartless. Sensing Zhou Jie's departure, the Empress Heartless suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha! Another pair of damned lovers. Die, both of you go to hell." Of course, Zhou Jie could not hear the Empress Heartless' crazy cries as he walked down the stairs. He quickly brought Kakashi to Leng Shuer. "Jocko." When Leng Shuer saw Zhou Jie, she subconsciously showed a surprised expression. But then she noticed that Zhou Jie and Kakashi were both sullen. Her slow brain made her understand the situation after a second. Sure enough, Leng Shuer saw Zhou Jie squatting in front of her. He looked into her eyes and said, "Shuer, I'm sorry. Empress Heartless can't save you. Let's leave here first." After saying this, Zhou Jie did not immediately act. Instead, he waited for Leng Shuer's reaction. In the end, Leng Shuer only smiled miserably and said softly, "It's okay, Jocko. I'm satisfied that you're willing to take the test for me. I have no regrets even if I die." Leng Shuer's words moved Zhou Jie's heart. He couldn't help but close his eyes. The next second, he opened them again. Then, Zhou Jie lowered his head slightly and said, "Maybe there's a way. Don't give up on yourself. I'll take you out of here first." After saying this, Zhou Jie picked up Leng Shuer and flew out of the soundless realm quickly. Of course, he did not forget to take Kakashi with him. When Zhou Jie flew out of the soundless realm with Leng Shuer in his arms, Leng Shuer suddenly said in Zhou Jie's arms, "Jocko, I actually have something to say to you. I thought it was impossible before, so I didn't tell you. But now, I'm about to die, so it doesn't matter. I still want to tell you. What? Zhou Jie heard this and could not help but slow down his flying speed. His heart trembled slightly as he asked. Then, Ling Shuer said a sentence that Zhou Jie would never forget in his life. I love you, Jocko. Chapter 330. Kakashi, who was carried by Zhou Jie, also heard Ling Shuer's confession. He was also stunned at that time, but he simply felt that it was too exciting, because he wanted to know Zhou Jie's reaction. After the initial shock, Zhou Jie quickly stopped flying and finally stopped under a crooked tree at the entrance of the canyon. There was a flat black stone next to the crooked tree, which seemed to have been cut flat by someone to make a stone bench. Zhou Jie carried Ling Shuer to the stone, placed her on the stone, and sat under the tree. Ling Shuer saw that Zhou Jie didn't seem to be moved at all by her confession. Her whole body tensed up, and her face was pale and ugly, like a child who had lost all her toys. Zhou Jie squatted down at this time. Seeing Ling Shuer's ugly face, he suddenly became nervous, and the words he had just prepared suddenly changed. Shuer, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Facing Zhou Jie's sudden anxious concern, Ling Shuer was a little confused, but her mind was already very slow, and she couldn't think too much, so she followed his thoughts and said, I'm fine, Jocko. I'm sorry, I know I'm thinking too much, but I still don't regret it. Zhou Jie heard Ling Shuer's words and felt confused. He couldn't help but frown. What are you talking about, Shuer? While speaking, Zhou Jie suddenly hugged Ling Shuer into his arms, and their ears touched. Zhou Jie mustered up his courage and said softly, I love you too, Shuer. In fact, it's my fault. I shouldn't have told you earlier. I shouldn't have let you say it at this time. It turns out that people will only feel that something is precious when they are about to lose it. Zhou Jie's words sounded very calm, but only he himself knew how much emotion he was suppressing. As a former cold-blooded killer, he was used to being calm. The more things that made him crazy and irrational, the more Zhou Jie would force himself to be calm, because he knew that madness and insanity couldn't solve any problem, but would only make the problem worse. The moment Ling Shuer heard Zhou Jie's words, a kind of numbness from the depths of her soul spread all over her body, and she fell into a state of blank for a moment. Fortunately, this state only lasted for a moment, and when Ling Shuer came back to her senses, she almost cried tears of joy. She tried her best to hug Zhou Jie with all her strength. At that moment, she felt that she had never been so satisfied and happy. However, when Ling Shuer thought that she was about to die, she couldn't help but feel sad. At the same time, she wondered if Zhou Jie had told her that because she was about to die. All of a sudden, high-speed thinking made Ling Shuer's brain a little dizzy, but she still tried to keep herself awake and asked Zhou Jie, Jocko, what you said, is it true? Hearing Ling Shuer's sudden question, Zhou Jie was stunned for a moment and hurriedly said, Of course it's true. From the moment you were poisoned, I realized that I can't live without you. You have always been with me before, and I thought that we still have a long time in the future. Zhou Jie suddenly hugged Ling Shuer tighter when he said this. At the same time, Ling Shuer felt that Zhou Jie's chest was rising and falling violently. Obviously, Zhou Jie was desperately suppressing his emotions. Feeling Zhou Jie like this, for some reason, Ling Shuer suddenly felt a lot more at ease. Although she was still a little sad when she thought that she was about to die, she wasn't sad about dying, but that she couldn't accompany Zhou Jie anymore. Apart from this, Ling Shuer was even a little excited at the moment, but her body was too weak, so she didn't show it. The two hugged for a long time, and Ling Shuer suddenly said, Jocko, I'm really happy. Although I'm about to die, at least I can die without regrets. No, I will find a way to save you, Shuer. There must be a way. You must hold on until the last moment. Zhou Jie heard her words, but he hurriedly said, Then Zhou Jie pushed Ling Shuer in front of him. Looking at her pale but still beautiful face, he suddenly felt a lot of pain in his heart. Zhou Jie felt that this kind of pain was both familiar and unfamiliar. He couldn't help but think about it carefully, only to realize that he had felt this kind of pain when he first became an assassin. Every miserable night that made him unable to sleep, his mind would always recall the scene of his younger brother being cruelly killed by Ross, which made him feel like a knife was being twisted in his heart. At this moment, because he thought that Ling Shuer might really die, Zhou Jie couldn't help but taste this kind of pain again. This kind of pain was full of unwillingness and helplessness as usual. Don't force yourself, Jocko. I'm content to be able to hear what you said just now. Really. I'm not afraid of death. I'm just sad that I can't accompany you, Jocko. Ling Shuer saw the sadness on Zhou Jie's face and couldn't help but comfort him. She didn't know that it made Zhou Jie even sadder. In this regard, Zhou Jie couldn't help but shake his head, but it was difficult for him to say any comforting words, so he said, "We still have time. Don't think so much now." Kakashi looked at Zhou Jie and Ling Shuer from the side, as if he was watching a sad drama. He sobbed, seriously, and wiped the non-existent tears on his face with his hands from time to time. At this moment, Zhou Jie kissed Ling Shuer's forehead one last time and said to her, "I'll think of another way. You and Kakashi get on the spaceship and wait for me." After that, Zhou Jie stood up and released Kaji again. Kakashi also quickly stood up and volunteered to Zhou Jie. "Jocko, you go. Miss Shuer, oh no, sister-in-law, just leave it to me." However, Zhou Jie seemed to be worried about Kakashi. He directly ignored Kakashi's words and said, "No need." Then, he carried Ling Shuer and flew into Kaji, leaving Kakashi there, in the wind. "Oh no, now that sister-in-law is here, my position in Jaco's heart will be gone." Kakashi couldn't help but grumble in his heart. Then, he also boarded Kaji. Not long later, after making arrangements for Kakashi to take care of Ling Shuer, Zhou Jie entered the Six Paths world and went straight to the Divine Soul Dao Tower. Zhou Jie quickly showed up and Zhou Jihuan quickly explained his intentions. However, after listening to Zhou Jie's explanation, Zhou Jihuan shook his head and said, "Your Highness, it's not that we don't want to save your friends, but once we leave the Six Paths world, we will be killed by the supernatural laws. We won't be able to save your friends in time. Also, it will be too late for your Highness to learn the corresponding soul art to detoxify the soul poison." Zhou Jie heard this and he was already prepared for it. But even so, he still struggled and asked, "Senior, what is the soul art to detoxify the soul? Although it's impossible to learn it, I still want to give it a try. After all, anything is possible." After listening to Zhou Jie's words, Zhou Jihuan shook his head and sighed. In the end, he compromised to Zhou Jie and said, "All right, then I will teach your Highness the soul art. But the essence of this art is related to the true spirit. I won't be able to explain it in detail. So, I will just teach your Highness the first step of the art." "Thank you, Senior, for your help," Zhou Jie quickly said. A few hours later, after Zhou Jie finished learning the soul art from Zhou Jihuan, just when he was about to leave, Zhou Jihuan suddenly said, "Your Highness, actually, you have another way to save your friends. It's a last resort and it's hard to do. But compared to the current situation, it's more realistic." Zhou Jie, who was close to hopeless, suddenly heard Zhou Jihuan say this and was immediately overjoyed. He couldn't help but ask hurriedly, "What is it?" So, Zhou Jihuan said, "The reason why life exists endlessly is because of the true spirit river in the universe's laws. Every life has material as its carrier, and the true spirit condenses into the soul as its consciousness. For ordinary cultivators, when many lives die and their souls collapse under the laws of the universe, their true spirit quickly disappears into the true spirit river. It's impossible to retain it. But for transcendence, it's easy to find the true spirit of a weak life form in the true spirit river. From there, they can reconstruct their soul and resurrect it almost exactly. Even some Universe Emperor Realm Masters can do this. So, Your Highness, do you understand what I mean? After listening to Zhou Jihuan's words, Zhou Jie suddenly fell into a somewhat sluggish state. After a long time, he seemed to come back to his senses and nodded. I understand. But to reach the Universe Emperor Realm, how long does Senior think it will take me? If Zhou Jie had asked such a question normally, he would have felt that it was stupid. After all, everyone's talent and opportunities were different. Whether or not he could reach the Universe Emperor Realm was already a question. Asking how long it would take would make him speechless. But fortunately, Zhou Jihuan was aware of Zhou Jie's soul fluctuations and could completely understand his feelings at the moment. She pondered for a moment before answering, Your Highness has a strand of Universe Emperor Realm, Saint Blood. Although it's rare, the strength of the Saint Blood is still unimaginable. As long as Your Highness awakens the Saint Blood one day, you will have a great chance of breaking through to the Universe Emperor Realm. So, Your Highness, don't be discouraged, your chances are very high. Hearing Zhou Jihuan's words without answering his question directly, Zhou Jie couldn't help but realize how difficult it was to reach the Universe Emperor Realm. Because even Zhou Jihuan couldn't give a time frame for Zhou Jie to reach the Universe Emperor Realm, it was obvious that the time frame was very long and full of variables. However, Zhou Jie wouldn't be displeased by Zhou Jihuan's answer. Instead, he was glad that he had the Universe Emperor Realm bloodline, which gave him a greater chance of reaching the Universe Emperor Realm. Of course, Zhou Jie wouldn't ignore Zhou Jihuan's words. That was, there are even some Universe Emperor Realm experts. This meant that Zhou Jie would very likely have to become a legendary transcendent in order to revive the dead Ling Shui. Thank you, Senior, then this junior will take his leave. In the end, Zhou Jie calmly said and turned to leave the Divine Soul Dao Pagoda. Chapter 331. Back on Kakashi, Zhou Jie saw Ling Shui lying on the electronic bed while Kakashi was telling her a story. From then on, the princess and the prince lived happily ever after. After Kakashi finished reading the last part of the story, he sensed that Zhou Jie was behind him and quickly moved aside. Jocko, I'm telling a story to sister-in-law. Kakashi moved aside and explained. Zhou Jie was originally in a bad mood, but for some reason, he suddenly smiled. However, it was a bitter smile. When he saw Ling Shui looking at him, he walked over to Ling Shui's bedside and squatted down. I'm sorry, Shui, Zhou Jie said. I haven't found a way to save you yet, but don't worry, we still have time. When Ling Shui heard Zhou Jie's words, she smiled sadly. However, she did not think much of it because she was already certain that she was going to die. The only thing she cared about now was that Zhou Jie was good to her. Therefore, she comforted Zhou Jie and said, Jocko, it's okay. Don't worry about me anymore. I just want to spend the last few days with you and do something, the more the better. When Ling Shui was speaking, Zhou Jie was thinking about whether he should find the Queen of Demons and force her to hand over the antidote. As the saying goes, whoever started the trouble should end it. Zhou Jie did not look for the Queen of Demons previously because he knew that it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, even if it was impossible now, he could not help but want to do it. After Ling Shui finished speaking, Zhou Jie finally reacted. He immediately felt that his idea of looking for the Queen of the 10,000 Demons was too unrealistic. He might as well do as Ling Shui said and accompany her to do some things for the last few days, so that she could spend her last few days satisfied. Therefore, after a final struggle, Zhou Jie finally gave up on thinking of a way to save Ling Shui and decided to spend the rest of his time with her. All right. What do you want to do? I'll accompany you. Zhou Jie said in a firm tone. When Ling Shui heard this, she was naturally very happy. Just as she was about to say something, Kakashi came over excitedly and asked softly, "Can I participate?" Zhou Jie and Ling Shui were both stunned when they heard the question. Zhou Jie saw that Ling Shui didn't answer Kakashi after 2 seconds, so he immediately knew what she was thinking. Thus, he made the decision and said to Kakashi, "Kakashi, I think." Before Zhou Jie could finish his sentence, Kakashi also instantly understood what Zhou Jie meant, so he quickly raised his hand to stop and said, Okay, I got it, Jocko. I'm going back to the ring, you guys have fun." Zhou Jie was stunned by Kakashi's direct response. After a second, he said, "That's what you said. Then I'll have to trouble you." Kakashi. However, just as Kakashi was about to enter Zhou Jie's spatial ring, Kakashi seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly looked up at Zhou Jie and said mysteriously, "Jocko, sister-in-law's body is weak. You have to be gentle when you do things." After saying this, Kakashi directly entered the spatial ring with familiarity, leaving behind a stunned Zhou Jie. When Zhou Jie came back to his senses, he realized that he really had the urge to beat Kakashi up. He immediately understood why Kakashi ran away so quickly after saying that. Of course, Zhou Jie didn't take such a joke seriously, but when he turned to look at Ling Shui, he found that her pale face was a little rosy. Zhou Jie. Ling Shui quickly noticed Zhou Jie's stiff expression and couldn't help but blush even more. Realizing this, she quickly asked, "Jocko, let's go to the top of the mountain to watch the sunrise, okay?" "Okay." Zhou Jie immediately agreed. But then, Zhou Jie thought of something and said to Ling Shui, "But, do you want to sleep first? I'll help you adjust your body while I'm at it." Okay." Ling Shui obediently agreed and closed her eyes. Thus, Zhou Jie used his soul power and universal energy to carefully clean Ling Shui's body. He also removed the waste in her body and replenished all kinds of necessary substances. Ling Shui fell asleep during the process. It was already an hour later when Zhou Jie woke Ling Shui up. Now that Ling Shui's soul was weak, once she completely relaxed and fell asleep, she might not wake up. Thus, Zhou Jie woke her up. Ling Shui's soul was in a state of exhaustion because of the soul poison. Sleep couldn't delay the collapse of her soul very well, so Zhou Jie woke her up immediately after he finished improving her physical condition. When Ling Shui woke up, she felt as if she had slept for a long time, so her memory before she fell asleep was a little blurry. So, she opened her eyes for a few seconds before she remembered what happened before she fell asleep. She turned to see Zhou Jie still squatting beside her and couldn't help but smile. Zhou Jie was also looking at Ling Shui. Seeing her smile, he couldn't help but smile and ask, "Do you feel better?" Ling Shui nodded and was about to say something, but because her reaction was too slow, Zhou Jie had already said, "Then I'll take you to the top of the mountain to watch the sunrise." Ling Shui actually had the same idea, so she immediately replied, "Okay." The day and night in the myriad ancient sacred world were exceptionally long, almost 15 hours. When Zhou Jie brought Ling Shui down from the flying ship, there were still 2 hours before the sky turned dark. Zhou Jie carried Ling Shui all the way to the foot of the nearest mountain, then began to walk up. Along the way, the two enjoyed the scenery of the mountain while chatting. The atmosphere was very comfortable. Actually, I'm not related to Sister Qianxue by blood. I was picked up by the Yu Mei family, but my adoptive mother loves me a lot, and Sister Qianxue also takes good care of me. After a long time, I really think of myself as a member of the Yu Mei family. I see. No wonder your surname isn't Yu Mei. And my adoptive mother told me that the day she picked me up was very cold and it was snowing, so she named me Ling Shui. I used to be an assassin, but I was forced. There was a person called Ross, and he killed my brother in front of me. At that time, I was so angry that I wanted to kill him, but he took a fancy to me. Not only was I not frightened, but I was also very calm, so he didn't kill me. Instead, he brought me back to an interstellar assassin organization called Imperial Assassin and groomed me into an assassin. Later on, I had a chance encounter during a mission. I met Kakashi, and with his help, I killed Ross. After that, I traveled the universe with him, and I was lucky enough to learn about the Apex Genius competition. You know about the Apex Genius competition, right? Someone from my family participated, but he didn't even enter the semifinals. Jocko, you're so strong. Did you win the championship? No, I wasn't that strong at that time. I was only average among the many geniuses. In the end, I was just lucky and got into the top 4. Jocko, you're too humble. Being in the top 4 is already very strong. What happened after that? After that, I joined the Star Sword Alliance, and then I met the first important girl in my life. Jocko was your first love? And that's right. Tell me, is she prettier than me? At the top of the mountain, Zhou Jie found a flat rock that was half the height of a person and sat on it with Ling Shui. There's still a long time until the sun comes out, Zhou Jie said to Ling Shui, who was leaning her head on his shoulder. It's okay, we'll wait. Ling Shui was very calm with a smile on her face. At this time, the sky had turned dark for less than an hour, which meant that there were still more than 10 hours until sunrise. The night itself was cold, and Zhou Jie and Ling Shui were on the top of the mountain. The temperature was below 0, and Zhou Jie had to control the surrounding air to form a cold barrier so that Ling Shui couldn't feel the cold. Since they had to wait for more than 10 hours, Zhou Jie and Ling Shui started chatting again. They talked about their past to improve their understanding of each other. However, after chatting for a while, Zhou Jie and Ling Shui both ran out of topics to talk about. They had mostly finished talking about their past, and they even talked about their values. Therefore, the two really couldn't find anything interesting to talk about. Therefore, the two fell into a tacit silence. Neither of them asked the other why they stopped talking. Time passed by like this, but in less than an hour, Zhou Jie and Ling Shui couldn't help but talk again. However, there were still 4 to 5 hours until sunrise. Most of the time, they were still silent, feeling each other's body temperature and enjoying the warmth. But suddenly, Ling Shui took the initiative to say, "Jocko, what's wrong?" After a long silence, Zhou Jie couldn't help but wonder when Ling Shui suddenly called him. "Take me." Ling Shui finally mustered up her courage and said this sentence. Zhou Jie was stunned when he heard it. At that moment, he felt like he was hit by happiness and couldn't recover for a long time. "But your body?" Zhou Jie came back to his senses and couldn't help but worry about Ling Shui's weak body, so he asked. Ling Shui suddenly became slightly shy. She hugged Zhou Jie's shoulder, buried her head in his chest, and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Be gentler." Therefore, Zhou Jie couldn't help but think of Kakashi's before leaving, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay. In the end, Zhou Jie agreed, but before he could move, Ling Shui kissed him on the lips. Following that, the two of them flirted with each other, making love with each other. The sun has risen. Zhou Jie saw the dawn on the horizon and couldn't help but tilt his head to say to Ling Shui. Ling Shui looked a lot weaker after just going through a big battle, but she still had a smile on her face. Zhou Jie looked at Ling Shui and suddenly felt a little sad. The sun had risen, but it was also about to set. Chapter 332. Ling Shui's reaction was really a bit slow. About 2 seconds after Zhou Jie spoke, she only responded with a Looking at the light in the distant horizon, her eyes were a bit dazed. Zhou Jie saw all of this. His eyes were full of pity, but he still looked very calm. His eyes stayed on Ling Shui's face as if he couldn't move away. Even if Zhou Jie stared at her like this, Leng Shui was powerless to notice it. Looking at the dawn on the horizon, the smile on her mouth became bigger, but her eyes became more and more unfocused, as if she could fall asleep at any time. Zhou Jie suddenly realized that although Leng Shui's soul power was enough to support her for a few days, the continuous collapse of her soul power would cause her to fall into a deep sleep in the last period of time, and she would never wake up again until she died. Looking at Leng Shui's current situation, she was very close to falling into a deep sleep. Zhou Jie didn't consider this before, so he thought that he could accompany Leng Shui for a few more days. Until now, he realized that Leng Shui might be no different from dying soon after dawn. However, Zhou Jie didn't have the heart to tell Leng Shui this. After all, Leng Shui might already know it in her heart, and all he could do was to quietly accompany her before she closed her eyes. On the other side, Leng Shui realized that her head was getting heavier and heavier. She did think that if she fell asleep, she might really not wake up, so she suddenly struggled to move her body away from Zhou Jie's body. As if using all her strength, she said to Zhou Jie, "Jocko, I suddenly thought of something. Can I marry you?" Zhou Jie couldn't help but be surprised that Leng Shui suddenly had the strength to move away from him. When Leng Shui asked if she could marry him, Zhou Jie was naturally stunned, but more than that, he was actually pleasantly surprised. "Of course, I forgot, I should propose to you." Zhou Jie was also a little excited at the moment. But then Zhou Jie remembered that he needed a ring to propose, so he continued, "Oh right, you also need a ring. Shui what kind of ring do you want?" Leng Shui struggled to prop herself up. Hearing Zhou Jie's question, she couldn't help but think for a moment. She then said with a rather cute look, "There's definitely no diamond ring here. Jocko, how about you weave one for me with grass? I'll make one for you too." When Zhou Jie heard this, he felt a headache coming. He didn't know how to weave a grass ring. What if it looked too ugly? However, since Leng Shui said so, Zhou Jie decided to bite the bullet and quickly found 2 long grass suitable for weaving. "Jocko, you don't know how to weave grass rings, do you? No problem, I'll teach you." For some reason, Leng Shui, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly became a lot more energetic and spoke a lot faster. In the face of Leng Shui's mystery, Zhou Jie could only nod with a bitter smile and learn how to weave grass rings from her. However, Leng Shui was about to fall asleep. After about a minute or so, she couldn't hold on anymore and almost fell down at the last step. Fortunately, Zhou Jie was paying attention to Leng Shui and immediately supported her. The last step, Jocko. After being supported, Leng Shui forced a smile and said. Then she forced herself to weave the grass ring in her hand. So Zhou Jie also finished his grass ring. "Now, let's get married," Leng Shui said, but her eyelids couldn't hold on anymore. "Okay." Zhou Jie didn't say anything more. He immediately supported Leng Shui with his soul power and then went to her and knelt down on one knee. On Kaji, Leng Shui lay on the electronic bed again. She tilted her head and looked at Zhou Jie, but her eyelids kept fighting. "Jocko, I'm very happy today, really." Leng Shui couldn't help but slowly close her eyes. Zhou Jie squatted beside her and held Leng Shui's right hand tightly and kissed it. He saw Leng Shui closing her eyes. Although he didn't want her to fall asleep, he knew there was nothing he could do. So Zhou Jie took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions and said, "Sleep, I'll always be here." Leng Shui heard Zhou Jie's words and moved her lips with her eyes closed. She wanted to say something, but in the end she couldn't make a sound and fell asleep. Zhou Jie watched Leng Shui sleep peacefully at the head of the bed. He didn't move for a few hours. In the end, Zhou Jie leaned against the head of the bed and sat on the ground. He quietly sensed Leng Shui's declining vital signs. 1 day, 2 days. When the 3rd day was about to arrive, Leng Shui's soul finally dissipated and her body completely stopped functioning. During this period, Zhou Jie was like a statue. He closed his eyes and didn't move at all. However, not long after Ling Shui's vital signs completely disappeared, Zhou Jie suddenly stood up. He took one last look at Ling Shui's body and then sealed it in ice. Shui, don't worry. I'll do my best to revive you. It doesn't matter if it's 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even longer. Zhou Jie looked at Ling Shui's frozen body and said calmly, but seriously. It was noon, and Zhou Jie sat cross-legged in the middle of Kaji's control room. Beside him were 5 array discs and a pile of materials. Kakashi had also come out of the ring and was sitting at the side, eating candy in low spirit. Zhou Jie's next step was to slay the Queen of Thousand Demons. Previously, he did not have the time to do so, but now that he had nothing to worry about, he would definitely avenge Ling Shui. Furthermore, a vicious beast like the Queen of Thousand Demons who had committed countless crimes and killed countless people deserved to die. However, considering the Queen of 10,000 Demons' unparalleled speed and her extraordinary escape techniques, if Zhou Jie went to kill her, the Queen of 10,000 Demons would most likely return to her nest to recuperate. The Queen of 10,000 Demons would definitely be alerted. Once she escaped, Zhou Jie could only look on helplessly. Therefore, Zhou Jie felt that it was better to create some formation plates first to prevent the Queen of 10,000 Demons from escaping. Only then would he have a chance to kill her. After spending more than 3 months, Zhou Jie finally finished the 3 design discs. He also made some improvements to the 2 design discs that he had already made. Finally, he did some simple experiment. After confirming that there were no errors, he began to ask around the immortal world for the location of the demon immortal realm. After asking for more than a month, Zhou Jie finally got 2 answers that pointed to the location of the demon immortal realm. After confirming that the 2 answers were the same, Zhou Jie finally set off on his journey. Zhou Jie arrived at the demon immortal realm half a month later. The first thing he did was to ask around for the whereabouts of the Queen of 10,000 Demons. Fortunately, the Queen of 10,000 Demons was very famous in the demon immortal realm. Besides, the number of demons, fearsome beasts, in the demon immortal realm was more than 10 times that of the people in the immortal realm. Therefore, information was more readily available in different regions. Therefore, on the first day Zhou Jie asked around, he found out that the Queen of 10,000 Demons lived in the Enchanted Snake Mountains. Zhou Jie traveled for more than 10 days before reaching the Enchanted Snake Mountains. From afar, it was a dark mountain range shrouded in black fog. It gave off a very gloomy feeling. The canyon at the entrance was like the gates to hell. It was a frightening sight. However, to Zhou Jie, all of this was in name only. However, Zhou Jie realized that the black fog was seriously interfering with his senses. He could not help but frown. After pondering for a while, Zhou Jie decided to go deeper. He would first find the exact location of the Queen of 10,000 Demons, then think of a way to set up a formation to kill her. In order to avoid being accidentally discovered by the Queen of 10,000 Demons, Zhou Jie chose to enter the mountain range from the entrance on the ground. He followed the winding paths of the mountain range and carefully explored the depths. Along the way, Zhou Jie discovered that there were many fearsome beasts in the Enchanted Snake Mountains. Most of them were grayish-black or dark black in color. There were birds and beasts of all kinds. However, their cultivation level was generally low Star Lord rank or below. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Zhou Jie concealed himself and walked past them without being detected. After walking for more than 10 kilometers, Zhou Jie began to enter the central region of the mountain range. He realized that the black fog around him was beginning to thin. At first, it was almost all black on the ground. Now, it was only a few hundred meters in the air. As he continued to go deeper, Zhou Jie quickly sensed the terrain. He hurriedly climbed up a mountain wall and looked deeper into the mountain range from a height of more than 100 meters. As a result, Zhou Jie discovered a very special mountain range in front of him. The mountain was shaped like a coiled serpent. Of course, it also looked a bit like that thing that was pulled out of the ground. Zhou Jie realized that it was probably where the Queen of 10,000 Demons was, so he secretly extended his senses toward that direction. He had been afraid that the Queen of 10,000 Demons would notice him if he extended his senses too far. Now that he had an estimate, he could investigate with ease. As he expected, Zhou Jie sensed a lot of caves at the bottom of the mountain. There were quite a lot of life forces in those caves. They were all above the intermediate Star Lord rank on average, far stronger than the fearsome beasts in the periphery. In addition, Zhou Jie soon sensed the presence of 2 Lord-level beasts, as well as a force that made him back off immediately. It was exactly the Queen of 10,000 Demons. After confirming the target, Zhou Jie's eyes turned cold. While the killing intent in his heart rose, he said to himself, "That's right, the Queen of 10,000 Demons." Then, Zhou Jie began to carefully set up 5 amplification formations around the mountain where the Queen of 10,000 Demons was located. These amplification formations corresponded to the 5 formation discs in his hands. When the time came, he would be able to activate all 5 formations to their maximum potential and greatly increase his combat strength. When everything was ready, Zhou Jie finally chose to go straight in. Without hesitation, he appeared above the Snake Mountain where the Queen of 10,000 Demons was located. Boom! The moment Zhou Jie appeared in the sky, the 5 formations that he had just set up were triggered. The powerful waves of energy caused the earth to shake violently. The Queen of 10,000 Demons and the 2 Lord-level beasts were alerted at once. As the guardians of the territory, the 2 Lord-level beasts naturally rushed out of their respective caves first. "Who are you? How dare you make trouble in the mesmerizing Snake Mountain?" One of the Lord-level ox-headed beasts roared and dashed toward Zhou Jie with a silver trident in its hand. However, Zhou Jie only glanced at the ox-headed behemoth. Then, he launched a flying sword at it. The ox-headed behemoth was dead. "Anyone who stands in my way will be killed without mercy," Zhou Jie's extremely cold voice echoed in the sky. Chapter 333. Seeing that Zhou Jie had killed the Lord-tier Minotaur giant beast in an instant, the Lord-tier ferocious beast that was half a beat slower was secretly glad that it was not the first one to attack. Without another word, it turned around and ran away. Zhou Jie was not a bloodthirsty person. Even though he was in a state of rage, he still did not want to involve the other beasts in the mesmerizing Snake Mountains. Therefore, when the Lord-tier ferocious beast turned around and ran away, Zhou Jie did not even look at it. Naturally, he did not kill it. At the same time, in the depths of a cave in the Snake Mountain, the Queen of Myriad Demons had also heard Zhou Jie's shout. Immediately, her beautiful face turned pale. "Oh no, it's that human? Why is he only here now?" The Queen of Myriad Demons could not help but be surprised. Naturally, she had expected that Zhou Jie would come to her door, but she did not expect that Zhou Jie would take so long to come to her door. Previously, she had been hiding outside for a long time, waiting for her injuries to recover before returning. Naturally, the Queen of Myriad Demons did not expect that Zhou Jie did not know the layout of the 9 heavens at all. Therefore, she had been going in the opposite direction. In addition, she had spent a lot of time accompanying Ling Shuer. "Queen of Myriad Demons, come out and face your death." Zhou Jie flew to the top of the Snake Mountain and looked down at the cave where the Queen of Myriad Demons was hiding. His voice was as loud as thunder. The Queen of Myriad Demons was already panicking when she knew that it was Zhou Jie. When she heard Zhou Jie's shout again, she was even more frightened because she knew that she was no match for Zhou Jie. Therefore, she could only choose to run away. However, the entrance of the cave would definitely be guarded. Therefore, she urgently needed to think about where to run to. "Screw it, with my speed, This human won't be able to catch up with me. After thinking for a long time, the Queen of Myriad Demons could not choose a direction to run to. In the end, she gritted her teeth and chose a mountain behind her. She transformed into her original form and directly broke through it. Rumble! The Queen of Myriad Demons broke through the mountain wall and flew out from the back of the Snake Mountain. Like a snake-shaped lightning bolt, she flew 1,000 meters away in a flash. However, Zhou Jie had already activated the 5 great formations. When the 5 great formations combined into one, they gathered the power of the universe. In other words, they had a huge suction force. Therefore, the Queen of the 10,000 Demons was horrified to find that her speed had dropped to a frightening level after flying for 1,000 meters. There was a huge force pulling her backward, and there were also waves of impact crashing into her from the front. If she did not try her best to resist, she would not even be able to move a meter forward. Although Zhou Jie was confident that he could stop the Queen of 10,000 Demons from escaping with the 5 formations, he was worried that the Queen of 10,000 Demons might have other tricks up her sleeves. Therefore, when the Queen of 10,000 Demons' speed was drastically reduced, Zhou Jie also activated the lightning haste. Leaving behind a flash of lightning, he appeared right above the Queen of 10,000 Demons' head. The Queen of 10,000 Demons was trapped by the 5 formations. She immediately tried her best to break free. She quickly shrunk her body, and the scales all over her body stood up. A terrifying cutting force burst out from her body, and she really managed to shake the whirlpool of the formation. Her speed suddenly increased, and she was about to rush out. Naturally, Zhou Jie would not allow the Queen of 10,000 Demons to escape so easily. Therefore, he instantly made 2 preparations. First, Zhou Jie controlled the Queen of 10,000 Demons to charge toward the Mountain Gen formation. He activated the formation's power and created a supergravity force to further restrict the Queen of 10,000 Demons' speed. Then, Zhou Jie activated the 6 legendary swords in the 6 Pulses Deity Bracelet to form a sword formation. After half a second of charging up, he finally charged out. 6 Pulses Deity Sword. Asterisk boom boom boom. Asterisk the sword formation formed by the 6 terrifying sword rays turned into a thick ray of light. In an instant, it flew above the Queen of 10,000 Demons' head and slashed down, distorting the air around it. The Queen of 10,000 Demons' speed was greatly restricted. Therefore, she could not dodge the attack at all. Therefore, she screamed and chose to block the attack. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the Queen of 10,000 Demons lashed out with her snake tail and collided with the 6 Pulses Deity Bracelet multiple times. It was difficult to determine the winner. Upon seeing this, Zhou Jie could not help but frown. This was because he knew the power of the 6 Pulses Deity Bracelet. Even the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape could barely withstand it. Previously, the Queen of 10,000 Demons would not have been able to withstand it at all. However, now that she had shrunk her body size, the strength of her snake tail was much stronger than before. Zhou Jie wondered if it was because her snake tail was especially powerful or because she had used some kind of secret skill. Of course, this only surprised Zhou Jie a little. At this moment, Zhou Jie was determined to kill the Queen of 10,000 Demons. He would not hold back at all. Multiply. Therefore, Zhou Jie said coldly. Wherever he pointed his sword, the 6 Pulses Deity Bracelet instantly split into thousands of sword rays. They absorbed the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen each sword ray. Then, they all flew toward the Queen of 10,000 Demons at the same time. This move of Zhou Jie's was the same move that had rendered the Celestial Emperor Demonic Ape helpless. The continuous display of power was much more powerful than the 6 Pulses Deity Bracelet's single burst of power. The Queen of 10,000 Demons already knew that she was no match for Zhou Jie. Therefore, when the Queen of 10,000 Swords was unleashed, she was even more terrified. She did not hesitate to use the sacred elixir that she had been keeping for a long time and gulped it down. However, while the sacred elixir was in effect, the Queen of 10,000 Demons was being slashed by the countless sword rays. Although she tried her best to roll and resist the attack and tried to escape from the formation, she was still severely wounded. She then fell to the ground and was completely trapped in the Mountain Gen formation. However, the body of the Queen of 10,000 Demons suddenly glowed red. Most of the wounds on her body were healed in the blink of an eye. Her aura, which had dropped slightly, also rose to a height that it had never been before. Screech! After the sacred elixir took effect, the Queen of 10,000 Demons suddenly rose to her feet as if she had been injected with chicken blood. She opened her mouth wide and let out a roar towards the sky. A dark red ripple that was visible to the naked eye spread out from her mouth, causing Zhou Jie's 10,000 swords to slow down. When Zhou Jie saw this, he could not help but frown even more. Obviously, he did not expect this to happen. The Queen of 10,000 Demons actually had the power to resist his flying swords. Although the Queen of 10,000 Demons hated Zhou Jie to the core, she was not reckless. She knew that even if she could resist Zhou Jie after consuming the sacred elixir, she would not be able to kill Zhou Jie in his formation. Moreover, if she continued to fight, the sacred elixir would not last for long. If she could not kill Zhou Jie by then, she would definitely die. Therefore, after the Queen of 10,000 Demons shouted at the sky, she, who was originally planning to fight back, chose to run away instead. Whoosh! With a twist of her body, the Queen of 10,000 Demons shot out like an arrow. She wanted to get out of the range of Zhou Jie's formation as soon as possible. When Zhou Jie saw this, he could not help but feel nervous. This was because he knew that if the Queen of 10,000 Demons escaped from the range of the Mountain Gen formation, he would not be able to kill her. He had to kill the Queen of 10,000 Demons before she came out of the formation. Zhou Jie immediately made up his mind. He immediately controlled the Mountain Gen formation with all his might to limit the Queen of 10,000 Demons' escape speed. In a flash, he caught up with the Queen of 10,000 Demons. His flying swords continued to transform into tens of thousands of sword rays. He wanted to exhaust and stop the Queen of 10,000 Demons as much as possible. When the Queen of 10,000 Demons sensed Zhou Jie's murderous intent, she did not dare to let her guard down. Immediately, she used the flying serpent body movement skill to dodge Zhou Jie's flying sword. At the same time, she maintained her speed and escaped from the formation. When Zhou Jie saw this, he knew that things were not going well. When the Queen of 10,000 Demons used the flying serpent body movement skill, he could tell that it was the movement skill that she used to escape when she was severely injured by him. Previously, the Queen of 10,000 Demons' speed was severely limited. Hence, she could not use this movement skill. Now, with the help of the sacred medicine, she was like a fish in water. Almost there, almost there. The edge of the formation is just ahead. The Queen of 10,000 Demons was constantly sensing the range of the Mountain Gen formation. When she sensed the distance between her and the edge of the Mountain Gen formation, she could not help but exclaim in joy. As long as she left the formation, she was 100% sure that she would be able to shake off Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie, who was in the air, could see everything clearly. Seeing that the Queen of 10,000 Demons was about to reach the edge of the formation, Zhou Jie could not help but feel anxious. With his current flying swords, he would not be able to stop the Queen of 10,000 Demons. However, Zhou Jie quickly calmed down. He knew that if he wanted to kill the Queen of 10,000 Demons, he would have to kill her with a single blow. Otherwise, she would most likely escape. However, if he used the full power of the 6 Pulses Divine Sword, he was not confident that he could kill the Queen of 10,000 Demons who had swallowed the sacred medicine. Unless he could increase the power of the 6 Pulses Divine Sword by an entire level. When Zhou Jie understood this point, his eyes suddenly became profound. He saw that the Queen of 10,000 Demons had successfully escaped from the Mountain Gen formation. His speed suddenly increased. At that moment, Zhou Jie felt as if time had stopped. A feeling of extreme grief and indignation welled up in his heart. However, Zhou Jie remained calm. At that moment, his soul became extremely focused and sharp. It was to the extent that the tens of thousands of swords of the Six Pulses Divine Sword were vivid in his mind. He could control all of them with a single thought. In the next moment, Zhou Jie's soul power was released crazily. Tens of thousands of swords of the Six Pulses Divine Sword gathered together and aimed directly at the Queen of 10,000 Demons. After the Queen of 10,000 Demons escaped from the formation, she escaped very quickly. Even if Zhou Jie used the lightning haste, he could only stay at the tail end. However, at that moment, the speed of Zhou Jie's flying swords was several times faster than that of the Queen of 10,000 Demons. With an astonishing speed, the swords of the Six Pulses of 10,000 Demons whizzed through the sky and quickly gathered together to form a gigantic golden sword that was hundreds of meters long. 10,000 swords as one. At that moment, Zhou Jie relied on his strong determination to kill the Queen of 10,000 Demons to release an unprecedented amount of soul power. He forcefully combined the tens of thousands of swords of the Six Pulses of 10,000 Demons into a gigantic sword, causing the speed and power of the sword to increase by leaps and bounds. Its power had reached a terrifying level. How is this possible? The Queen of 10,000 Demons also sensed the sword coming from behind her. She was in disbelief. She thought that she would definitely escape, but now... Rumble! The gigantic golden sword finally caught up with the Queen of 10,000 Demons. While she was resisting with all her might, the sword pierced through and tore apart her huge body. Finally, the sword fell to the ground and exploded with a terrifying power that shook the heavens and the earth. Looking at this scene from afar, Zhou Jie could not help but let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt that his soul had weakened significantly. Schwerer, I have avenged you. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.